Good morning, good morning, good morning, one and all. We are doing well this morning. Cheeky Wednesday stream today on a horrible, horrible day in the United Kingdom. It is rain most of the night. It feels like about 20 odd degrees in my office already. I wish I had a temperature thing. And it's just clammy and sticky. Feels like I'm sat in a shower. Took dog out this morning and he's just really, really sticky. But hey, good morning. Welcome one and all. I think I'm live. Yeah, I am live. Yes. So good morning, everybody. Hope you're all doing very, very well. We've got a few bits and bobs to play with this morning. We have, I don't know if you can see, let me just see if I can move my camera. We have somebody dropped this in. They use it as a touchscreen jukebox in their garage, linked up to an audio system. They've got a bar and everything in the garage, so that's no display. Morning, Sam Flame. Not seen you in a while. Morning, EDM, and morning, Jay. Sorry, I forgot to look at chat. Good morning. Good morning. Hope you're all doing well. Got something wrong with my notification at the bottom, so it doesn't show me how many people's watching. So sorry about that. Anyway, we've got this one this morning. I'll run through what we've got. We've got this one this morning, dropped off yesterday. No display. It tells me it's not working. Not had a chance to look at that. Simply an all-in-one touchscreen PC. It did say touchscreen went a bit iffy. And then screen went off a couple of days later. And it's just gone black. So don't know about that one. Paid £350 for it as a touchscreen jukebox. What it is. We've got a... got a fly. We've got a fly down, not a fly. Oop, wrong way. We've got that down here, which is a tape deck. Technics, if you want to look at it, SA-K6L. That's been dropped off with me. He's bought it and he says, can I just give it a once over and check it out? Which is all well and good, but I don't own any cassette tape, so I'm going to struggle doing anything with that. We've got this one, which is infected with a virus, so that's a full wipe and a reinstall the window, so it is anything what walks through the door. We've got this one, which again he's got an issue with that. His system, lots of things missing and whatnot. He wants a full reinstall of Windows, so that's another install of Windows. Got one in pieces, which is sitting here. The parts for that has arrived. That's just a DC port and a hinge repair on that one, so maybe two things on that one. I think the hinge is just going to be glued, and then we've got probably another 3 or 4 to drop off today as well. And then that's whatever else kind of walks through the door and come in. So yes, that's where I am. Oh, so we will say some mornings. Morning dreams. Good morning. Good morning. Get some jukebox tunes playing in the office. I could do with something to kickstart this morning. Feeling a little bit tired. I ended up doing that crucial thing, going to bed last night about midnight, putting TV on, and then watching a couple of episodes of Clarkson's Farm on Amazon Prime, which took me until just before 2 a.m. And then I thought, I'll just have a quick look on YouTube, then end up flipping on YouTube till about 3:30, and I thought, I need to go to sleep. So I ended up going to sleep, and then got woke up by the Dawn Chorus. Which is better than Morning Glory, but Dawn Chorus this morning at about 6:45, 7ish, something like that. The birds were tweeting outside, which is a good thing. I'll tell you what I did yesterday. Got up yesterday morning, and I can hear. Do you know when you're laid in bed? And you're laid in bed. We'll all have done this, or we'll be somewhere, and it gets to you more when you're laid in bed, and I can hear this. There's a fly. There's a fly in the room. Sad news about Jeremy Clarkson. What's happened to Jeremy Clarkson? Have I missed something here? Jeremy Clarkson. Oh, it's cancer. Oh, he's got aggressive cancer. Oh, wow. Jeremy Clarkson says treatment has gone awry after aggressive prostate cancer diagnosis. British television star Jeremy Clarkson being diagnosed with an aggressive form of prostate cancer. Former Top Gear host shared the news on an episode of his Clarkson reality series, filmed shortly before he underwent surgery. Oh, I've not watched that one. I'm up to... There was 2 episodes left, so I'm up to whatever that is, number 5. So I bet that's in one of the later ones. Oh, my gosh. Unfortunately, I know majority of the viewership is male and probably a certain age group, but it's a massive problem. They reckon 1 in 3 men will get some form of prostate cancer, and if you're one of the non-whites, unfortunately, you've got a higher risk. 1 in 2, I think it is, for African males. So guys, just please, when you're in the shower, check yourself off, make sure you've got nothing untoward down there. And obviously there are other symptoms. It's a simple blood test, PSA test, I think it is. But anyway, we won't get into that. But yeah, morning, guys. Morning, Pitco and Dreams. Yes, anyway, I can't remember what I was saying. Oh yeah, laid in bed. Oh, Pitco, I need to talk to you. I need to have a conversation with you as well for I had a customer come the other day, and I think I've got something which might be of use to you. I always get Pitco and Pitco mixed up. The tech recycler. The tech recycler, I get you both mixed up, sorry. I'm sure it's Pitco. Or is it Pico? I can never remember. I get you both mixed up. But either one, whichever one it is, I need to talk to you because I've got a customer with a lot of tech to recycle, and he wants to know whether he can put it your way. But anyway, I will address that. Yeah, so I'm laid in bed, and I hear this, quite a deep one, not a high pitched one, like little tiny wings flapping. I'm like, what the heck? What the heck is that? It sounded like a hummingbird. So I'm laid there, I'm thinking, it sounds close, but it doesn't sound close. It's kind of resonating a little bit in the bedroom. So I'm like, right, it must be in the hallway. That does it. That's okay, Pitco. I'll message you then about it. I have a customer about it. What a sort of tech. I will finish my story. I'll answer the questions. He buys an awful lot from several different sources, but he buys job lots of stuff, and he's only interested in working stuff. So it's him who's brought me the tape player. And he's brought me a couple of other bits and bobs. I built his, I built my streaming PC, or his wife a streaming PC, about 3 or 4 months ago. And I built it on stream actually, and we shared the stream with him, and he did it. He's a YouTube streamer. His wife's a YouTube streamer as well, and a TikTok streamer. They've got about, I don't know, 150,000 followers on TikTok and Twitch and whatever, Kick and YouTube and whatnot. So a fair few people. But they buy and sell. They're a reseller, so he used to buy and sell a lot on there, and he doesn't on eBay. Doesn't do it anymore. He does it on Whatnot, I believe he was telling me. But he was saying to me, he says, I get quite a lot of electronics offered. I said, if you get anything of interest, I would have a look at maybe some retro gaming stuff, consoles, handhelds, things like that, old 1980s handheld games and things like that. Just because I've got a bit more of an interest there, well, obviously computer stuff. I said, but if somebody drops a toaster in, it's not one for me. So he said, all right, I'll let you know. So he messaged me a few weeks back and said, I've got some bits and bobs, a couple of months ago, got some bits and bobs, I'll drop them off. Anyway, never got around to dropping it off. And then he messaged me the other day, he says, I've just got a this Technics cassette player, which is sat here, dropped off, and a power supply. He said, would you have a look at them? I said, yeah, not a problem, I'd look at them. So he dropped that one off yesterday. He dropped the power supply off, a PC power supply. But as it turned out, it were a Corsair 850 full modular power supply. We opened the box and it wasn't. It was a cheap Chinese crappy one inside. So that just went straight to skip or recycling. So he says to me, he says, can you dispose of it? I said, well, I have got somebody who will dispose of it. I said, but how much have you got? He says, well, I probably get, he works on bags, bins, or whatever. I've just had a notification come through. I don't know what that notification is. So whoever that notification was, thank you. I don't know who that notification was, but thank you anyway. Still not working right. He then said he's got maybe a couple of 1-ton bags a month of waste electronics because he buys it in bulk with a lot of other stuff and he's not really interested in electronics. Anyway, cut long story short, that's the sort of stuff. So dreams, answer your question, what sort of tech? Random, could be a toaster, could be a computer, could be a video player, could be something from 80s, could be something from last week. It's all kind of random and whatnot. So I'm going to pick a few bits up for different streams. So do the odd non-computer related stream for repairing whatever I see. A bit like what Andy does, or a few other creators, just repair or attempting to repair some other bits and bobs, just to diversify it a little bit. So yeah, that's what that is anyway. So there we go. Answer to your question. Yeah, I'll have a chat offline with you, Pitco. I'll have a chat offline. I did have a conversation with him, yes, but I'll have a chat offline with him. Because I did say, if you are travelling down to me, it would have to be an amount, obviously, because of transport and things like that. Just don't come for 4 items. So I'll have a chat with you, and then what I might do is just kind of put you in contact with each other, and you can arrange it between each other then. So we'll do that. But anyway, I'm laid in bed. We'll get back to that story. So I thought I'm gonna get up and see what this is, because I'm thinking, oh my god, whatever this is, it's quite big. And I open its bedroom door, which comes out onto the upstairs landing. As I open its bedroom door, obviously there's a window at the other side at landing, so you get the kind of whatever it is instantly illuminated because bedroom's dark and everything like this. And as I walks out, I kind of stop like this. I nearly walked into this thing which is hovering, and I am not joking. It was that big. It was huge. I mean, look at the size of it compared to my head. It was massive. A wasp. A wasp. It was like a hummingbird. I headbutted it. I nearly headbutted it. I'd probably knock myself out if I... Massive thing, absolutely massive. But honestly, never seen a wasp as big in my life. Never seen it. Must have been a queen or something like that. It looked like it had ate up pies and gone back for a few more. Could not believe it. And so I did the dignified thing, like you would, being a fully grown male. It was a European wasp, queen wasp. I looked it up in the end. So I did the dignified thing like we would all do when we see something highly dangerous like a wasp. I screamed like a girl and shut the bedroom door and thought, damn, it better go away, otherwise I'm not going out. Which was fortunate, because I think it was pretty early, about 7:30 in the morning, something like that. So by about 1 PM in the afternoon, I finally kept nodding. I thought, I'm going to have to go outside and tackle it, because it stood outside door, just, I can even... It were like, I'm going to get him when he comes out. Going to get him when he comes out. I've seen all that naked flesh. Need to go out and sting this guy. So I just had this, I'm stood behind the door going, it's there, I can hear it. I've got ear to do. I don't really need ear to do. I can feel vibration through the wall. It was like a scene of Jurassic Park with stuff vibrating. What do? Fly sprays downstairs. I think it was a queen. I have got a couple of nests up in the loft. But I'm thinking, what do? Fly sprays downstairs. Do I run the gauntlet, hoping it's not directly in my path, run downstairs, get through into the kitchen where fly spray is, because it was huge, it was this big, it was massive. I was concerned it had ate the dog at one point. Run downstairs, get the fly spray, run back upstairs, give it a squirt, or do I think, well, I'll see if I can get something like a pillar, hit it, see if I can get it outside, do the humane thing, get it outside. I was concerned it might take pillar off me and hit me back. It was massive. So after centering myself a little bit, getting my chi back in order and things like that, I did the right thing. I opened the door gingerly, looked through the gap, because I could still hear it, couldn't quite see it, and looked through the gap, peered around, and it's still hovering. It is hovering like a Harrier jump jet. It is hovering. And I'm thinking, you've got your target set. I can just imagine it with goggles on, looking through with little red triangle right on me. Yeah. Thinking, I'm going to go for that, just like it would on a cartoon. So I shut the door, weren't ready for it. Took a deep breath, thought, I'm going to go for it. I'll duck, get underneath it, downstairs, and do that. Well, I kind of opened door again, went to duck, and it had already lowered itself, thinking it's reading my mind, this. So I came back in, got a pillar, and I'm trying to bang it. Fortunately, I got it into bathroom. And obviously, we've all got doors. Well, most of us got doors. I'd like to think everyone's got a door in a bathroom. We all got doors on bathrooms. I've got a door on my bathroom. Anyway, so I shut the door on bathroom, and I left it in bathroom, and then went out for the day. Again, fortunately, when I got back, it had gone because bathroom window were open. But oh my god, it was huge. It were. I am not joking now. I bet it was easily 4.5 centimeters in size. It was massive, massive. So I looked it up, and it's a European. It's a European wasp. I thought it was one of them Asian hornets. But apparently they're quite small. But it's the European one. If anybody, I don't know if it's just for Europe, but if anyone's seen them, they've got really deep, thunderous wing, like a rumble rather than thing. But anyway, that was my story yesterday. I don't know where we got from that one, but you've all heard about my wasp story there. All on about. So I have been a busy little boy because I've got a load of chat. I can see chat on my screen a lot better. That's brilliant. I visioned now in a wasp in a cartoon sketch. That's exactly how it was, Pitco. It reminded me very much. Afterwards, I'm reflecting. I'm thinking this is more like a cartoon sketch where Waspy stood outside. You know, it's trying to get one over on me, a bit like Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote sort of scenario. But being the more intelligent human. Russ, thank you very much for your subscription, Russ. Thank you very much. Your membership, actually, Russ. 4.5 months, 0.5 centimetre is massive. 4.5 centimetres can tell you. Hey, every little bit counts, Russ. I cheat on mine, you know. I cheat on mine. I don't know if you can. Let me just show you. This is what I measure mine with, but mine starts from 12 inches. So I tell everyone it's 15 inches long. Or even centimetres is better. Yeah, it's about 34 centimetres in length, mine. But ruler doesn't start until 32. Oh, dear me. We get to there. But anyway, morning, Russ. Brilliant stream of the night, Russ. Really, really enjoyed that one. And Russ is on, what are you on now? 830 subs or something like that? Need to get you to a 4-digit number, Russ. 4-digit number. But yeah, that reballing, I caught a little bit of the reballing what Russ were doing last night before, of some ram chips, and I know a lot of creators do it. It still blows my mind. And it's still wonderful. Do you know when you sit there and you watch, put up balls on with stencil and everything else, and then they heat it up, that moment where it goes from a solid to liquid, it just gets me every time. I find it quite, it releases oxytocins. That's all I would say. That's all I would say. You know. Anyway, guys, I have done. I've told you it's for my Tinder profile. So when I state Pitco that my hand span, which is apparently what they measure. Did you know that if you measure your hand span, apparently that's the same size as that. So clearly my hand span is just under 22. And apparently, I saw this on Pretty Woman, so it had to be right. From your elbow to your wrist, it's the same size as your foot. Don't know if that's true or not. There you go. Useless knowledge. So I've done a series of. I feel really hyper this morning, and I weren't feeling this morning, but I'm a bit hyper now because caffeine's kicked in. I've done a series of VODs. I've done I think 5 VODs this week, which are going to trickle out to members, and then obviously to public, about some AliExpress items that I bought, and a few very interesting ones in fairness, kind of tech related, well, all tech related, right from things from a couple of dollars up to I think most expensive one is about $10. But I was doing a VOD yesterday, and I've done one on here, which if you know what this is, you know what this is. But it's it's a programmer for a BIOS chip. So you don't have to take the BIOS chip off, and simply you kind of push that over the top of the BIOS chip. And as you push it on, the pins which pop out sit on top of the chip, and you can program it. And you can do that. So did all the unboxing VOD and everything else, and this was the last VOD I did. Did I hear AliExpress? You did hear AliExpress, James. I've ordered it from your secret stash of AliExpress stuff. My notifications aren't coming on screen for my my members, it's viewers. It's showing Twitch, but it's not showing YouTube. OBS is absolutely things. Thank you very much, James, for your 4 months of membership. Thank you. And Pitco, good morning, Pitco. Good morning, good morning. So anyway, going back to this one, I'm going to try and slow down talking because I feel like I'm talking really quick. So I think anybody who's set to 1.5, or if you're not set to 1.5 speed on YouTube, you'll probably think you are. So I'm going to slow down.
PCDD, little shit.
We need to turn volume down, don't we? Where's my volume button now? Oh God, it seems like such a long time ago since I've done this. Is my volume coming down? I think my volume coming down. Who was that? Andy, good morning, Andy. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Apparently same size as hand span. I think something shrunk him. No, leave the volume. I know. Apparently it is the same as your hand span as well. Apparently it is. So going back to this, I had been using. So let me show you what I'd been using. You'll have seen me use it plenty of times on stream. Well, I noticed the members only hot tub stream come up as well. But last time I watched one of them, I threw my shoulder out, so I'm not doing that again. I had been using this, which is the, you take the chip off, you mount it in here, that opens up. I don't know if you remember these. Used this a few times on stream. And you put the chip in there, then plug that into the programmer and do. So this basically does the same as that, but it stops you taking the chip off using this. So I thought I'll give it I'll make a VOD out of it, everything else. Can I get it to work? Can I heck? I can get it to read the chip, and then it says chip is invalid. Take the chip off, it works fine. Put the chip on, says it's invalid. Take the chip off and put it in my reader, works fine. Take the chip off and put the chip in here directly, and it still says the same. So it's got to be a problem with that. But there's nothing on here apart from wires going straight to pins. No idea why. No idea why. So I'm going to have to send it back all the way to a galaxy far, far away, to the Rebel base on Endor, so they can give me a refund of £8, which is a bit of a pain in the backside because I could do with doing it. So I've got half a video shot. Half a video shot. So that's going to go back anyway. Put that in there on the pile of stuff to do. My parental controls wouldn't let me during the stream. Oh. Water and Linux don't mix, Andy. I did see it came up as a thumbnail on me thing when I was watching it last night, but I was, do you know when you're in bed and you're flicking through like I was saying I was doing? And if I'd have watched Andy's members video, I'd have woke myself up. I've checked the pin out as well, James. It comes, throwing it away this morning, but it actually comes with white shrink wrap on here. So I cut the shrink wrap off and disassembled it to make sure all the wires here was corresponding to the correct pins on here, and basically they are. So pin 1, which is here, which is blue, starts here, and they all do go round correctly. So it's blue, grey, white. Oh wait, I did have this off. Yes, blue, grey, white, black. They are all correct. I did check them. I checked them 2 or 3 times yesterday, and then brown, red, orange, yellow. So we've got brown. Difficult to see on here. Brown, red, orange, yellow. But I did check it because all these are cheap jumper cables. So these are just pin-to-pin jumper cables. Obviously, that unplugs from there, and same as that. So really, I've checked all solder joints. I think I've even checked all continuity as well between pins here and pin there. They're all working. But X Pro just comes up with. Did I take a picture of it? I think I did. I took a picture of it to because I had to send it to AliExpress, and it comes up with that's when I was configuring the server. Oh, I might have just posted it straight to AliExpress. I think I probably did. It comes up with IC chip not recognised, like it's found the chip and can't see it in the database. But say you take the chip out and you put it in the other reader and it works. You take the chip out and put it in here directly and it doesn't work. It's just the only anomaly is that thing. So it did really puzzle me. But hey. Yeah, that's why I took the chip out, because what you can do, again, this is probably going to be really tricky for me to show, but there is, might be easy to, I will get on with some work in a bit, guys. Let me just turn the microscope along. If we look, there is a recessed part. Can you see it's recessed? So the chip can actually sit in here, which is what I did. And then obviously, I know it's a bit blurred, but you can see the pins come out and then they'll grip onto either side of the pin legs. So I did actually put the chip in the recess. I still got it on the board. I tried it on 3 or 4 different motherboards as well, just to make sure it wasn't that one chip. And as I say, that ended up taking the chip out. So that's the type of chip it would normally, I'm going to blur it, that's the type of chip it would normally read, as we can see. So pin 1's in, pin 1 is here, pin 1 is blue, which is there. So the actual, once it's on, it locates on and squares itself up. It's really tricky to show on camera. I was struggling like oh, but you can see it kind of goes. Let me see if I can get it in focus. Put some light on. So it kind of pushes over the chip and sits actually over the chip itself as well, the recessed item. So I was convinced that you can just see the pegs coming out there. I knew I was getting a good contact, but the software, once you got it in the right position, because if you don't get it in the right position, you can't detect the chip. The software was then saying it couldn't recognise the IC. But you take the IC and do it, and it works. So when I took the chip out and put the chip directly in here, it came up with the same message. Yeah, I tried it both ways as well. Honestly, James, I spent, the video is, or the recording, I'll tell you how long my recording is. I might have deleted it actually, because I think it went on too long. And I'm like, oh yeah, I'm not going to do anything with that. The recording yesterday was 47 gigabytes in size, 44.9 gigabytes. And it went on 1 hour and 20 minutes. And I reckon an hour and 10 was just trying to figure out what was wrong with this, because I started diagnosing it on stream as well, doing continuity, checking it to piece and everything else. Could not. That's, apparently you can read the chip in circuit if you bump up the voltage a little. I did try that as well. And I thought it could be a voltage thing. And I even tried it on another motherboard, which still worked, because this one's obviously faulty. So I tried it on a board which did work, so I could apply power to the actual board, not turned on, but apply power, because some of them sometimes you need power as well. And it still came back with the same issue. But I agree, James. There's nothing at all. It literally is one pin to one pin. It's just wire. It's just continuity. So whether there's an issue with maybe resistance, so there's too much resistance in it, because we're only an £8 connector, and I mean, I didn't measure resistance between pins. I'm just thinking that now, whether there's an issue with maybe the handshake signal getting too much resistance and failing, so it can't quite read it. or something similar to that. I don't know, but it happened on 4 or 5 boards, all with not exactly the same chip, but all with the same style of chip. And I did, as I say, I took 2 of the chips off to try them directly just to make sure it wasn't that. So yeah, really bizarre. So I'm not gonna. I think I've got 30 days to return it. So I might keep hold of it and might have a look at that on one of the streams. Because do you know what? For £8, I think it was. If I can get it working, I'd rather get it working than go to Asla, having to walk to a local DPD store and return it and everything else. You know what AliExpress is like. Yeah, it's got a pin checker. I looked on that as well. You mean the one where it says it'll tell me the adapter, but it thinks it's that, you know, the one where you input the chip in. Doesn't actually think it's one of these, but again, your one-to-one things are, yeah, just pretty strange. As I say, the only thing now I'm discussing it is whether there was a resistance issue, maybe on some of the cabling, which was failing it, or because it is a lower value one, a cheaper one, but that's all they sell really on AliExpress, whether one of the pins wasn't quite making contact. But I did look at all the pins to see if I could angle them slightly so they can come in a little bit more, because the size of these are 0.5 millimeter bigger than the chip, because I was talking to Arnold about it. Mine has a way to see if each pin is making contact. Oh, is that on your program? Because I'm on the T48, James. I think you're on a different one, aren't you? I use... I've got somebody drop it off in about 20 minutes, so we'll discuss this until we get to it, until they drop off. I'm using the T48. I'll show you what it did, because it's only 2 seconds to set up. That one in there. Get that plugged into there. That turned on. Oh, weather on Saturday, James, ain't looking clever. Ain't looking clever. Looks looking at rain for this weekend, James, on Saturday. I think about 40% chance of the wet stuff falling from the sky. I'll just put that board. Is that the board I was just looking at? Is that the one I was doing originally? Yeah, that one will do. I'll just bring the software up on screen. I even updated the software and the firmware of the T48 to try and figure it out. Just let me go to, no, not PC. Yeah, it is that one. And PC screen. Select my other screen, which is that one. Yay! So at least I can see what you guys can see. So this is the T48 programmer. Yeah, weather is awful. It's two up and down at the moment. So what I might do is I might try one myself, just to get an idea when I've got time, and then work from there. But yeah, it's not great at the moment. Tighten that up. This is I know it's blurred at the moment. I'll just get this in shot. So I've got the thing in pin 1, which is correct, and it's blue for pin 1. So we look at pin 1 here, which is that blue cable there, which actually goes to that leg there. I have double checked all continuity. I have got continuity and more. So we'll look at pin 1 here, which is the dot up there. So we get pin 1, so it would be that orientation. Okay. I have put a little groove there to denote where pin 1 is. That's how I know where pin 1 is. So we can see it goes on like so, and we are all the way on. So I'll do that. I'll hold that down with my left hand. I will click on that one. Oh, I'll get the mouse in my right hand, and I'll go to auto. Right. Unknown device is correct IC position. Yes, it is. So we can still see I am connected, but it just comes up with unknown device. Is it correct IC position? So cannot. I've even tried changing clock speed down here, which gives you a bit more reliability. I don't know what that is. So I'm not going to change that from default because I don't know what it is. And maximum I can go to is 30, but I've tried all of these individually. So if anybody's got any ideas, please shout up, because I could not figure it at all on what it should be. I mean, I'm happy putting that higher. Let me just see. I didn't mess with that one yesterday, but I've got nothing to put it back on and do another scan. I'm going to feel stupid if this had done it straight away. No. So if I get it mispositioned, it comes up with that. If I get right position, it comes up with that. So I know I've got a connection, but yeah. And if I go to read, it'll then say view adapter. It thinks I've got one of them pin adapters in. But for all intents and purposes, it's not going to make any difference because it's just a pin-to-pin connector. But I have got it in the correct orientation in here. So pin 1 is where I've got pin 1 plugged into. So I am really, really at a loss with it. I've even gone into all of these just to see if there's anything where I can change it to a different adapter or change anything. If I search for the IC manually and even put it in manually and then do a read, it still doesn't recognize it. It's showing me program is connected. Well, we know program is connected because it's showing the error. I know my voltage is a little bit low. I mean, I can change that to my proper. Oh, just let me get my. Let's just make sure it isn't that. It is a 5-volt supply. I don't know why it's dropping it down so much. Let me get a 5-volt adapter. Oh, I have. Where is? You know when you want a 5-volt adapter, you can't find it anywhere. Is this 5 volts? I believe it is. Yeah. So let me unplug that one. This should, yep, it's gone off. That's in there. Let's have a look what this is. So I'm just going to close software and reload software. Back to PC screen. And we're on the T48. Tell you why I can't do that is because it pulls power directly from. Yeah, I can't just plug that in because it's pulling power directly from the PC. Could be one of the pins might not be reaching or sitting properly on the solder points on the chip. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking it might be. I did try and do that. Morning, Gear. Good morning, Gear. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, stretchable. I did check out continuity, and again, I'm just wondering whether it's a resistance thing on that. Just 1 second. I have a customer here, so I just need to take this laptop off this young lady. Just 1 second, gents. Okay, guys. Right. Put that on. Oh, just drop the charger off. Just let me give it this back. Can I give you that back? I don't need it.
Oh, do you not need
No,
it?
no, it's all right. I normally ask for it, but I don't need it on this occasion.
Oh.
See you later. On in. Maddie. Come. Sorry, I'm just giving the young lady her charger back because I don't take chargers. As we know. Max, good morning, Max. Have I missed things? Yep, all version 4. I might have missed things on there. Just let me have a look at it. Either it's off. It could be one of the pins. Yeah. Gear is the Pogo pin adapter. Hi, Max. Yep, all version 4. Is it 1.5 chip by any chance? I don't know. I didn't go into that much about what it was, the voltage wise, but it should automatically detect this system, so it doesn't actually. It doesn't actually give me the option of changing the voltage. The downside is that USB socket there, I can't put an external power into it, which I think is normally that port there. No, that's just quality seal. I can read it on a different I/O port and I presumably then power from it, but I can't power this in any other way apart from the USB there. I wonder if I power it directly from PC, whether it will give me a bit better. Let me just power, because I'm currently in a hub. Right, which one of these can I unplug? Can I unplug? I reckon I can. They're just power. I reckon I can unplug the white one. No idea what's going to come off here. Right, I think everything is still working. Let me just plug that directly into the other powered hub. So I've got 3 powered hubs. I've got one which is fed on USB-C. So all my C to C stuff for higher data transfer. All my A to C stuff, sorry, for higher data transfer. And I've got a to A. Right, that is now plugged in there. So let's see if it gives me better power. Back to that screen there. Close, relaunch. Right, so that is actually now better power. So other one is running a bit low because other one's 4.18, so it might be because it's low. Yeah, I did try it on another board gear, which was, because obviously that board is it's just an old board. I would testing it. It's only for a VOD this that I was doing it because I just bought this, and I couldn't get it to read. So I did try it on another board where I could apply some power to read. So let's just see if I can get any better success with this now. Find that chip. Pin 1 is here. So let me see where pin 1 is because I won't remember. Pin 1's there. And pin 1 is there. Let's go back to PC screen. Let's get this. Feel a bit of a donkey if this is now going to work because I just had wrong voltage on there. Do auto.
PCDD, you little shit.
No, still coming up with the same problem. Morning, Chill. So as you can see, it's still coming up with the same issue. If I take the chip out, I can read it no problem at all. Just can't read it with this adapter, whether it's in board or even out of board. But I can read the chip if I take the chip off the board with the other adapter, just not this adapter. No matter how many times I refresh, it just comes up with the same thing. So we've now got more voltage. Let's put current limit as that and do an auto. Ooh, get off. Yeah. So the only thing in the equation, even if I type it in gear, even if I type it in, I tried that as well. I typed it in and it even came up with the same issue, just will not read. we just have a look. I think it was a different chip that I typed in, but this is a 2025. Put the right way so I can read it. A bit of IPA on the old finger. So this is 20. How do people read these so quickly? Right, 25R512 JVEN. So if I do search and I do, oh, there we go. Still got it in from yesterday. Oh, that was the yesterday's one. That were 256. This is a 512. I ended up taking that one off the board. R512. Uh, 25R512 JVN. They should all work. So even if I manually select it, which is again what I did yesterday, all my dreams seem so far away, and I do that, and I do read, comes up with that. Can't even see it from here because I'm on a different screen. So it comes up with an error. ID erase, it just comes up with that error all from when I'm doing it. Oh, so the only thing I can think of some way is there's got to be a problem with that adapter. Yeah, I took the chip out, and even if I took one out, it's that's one I took out yesterday. I did it. I tried it on several boards. That's the one I took out yesterday, and took the chip out. It works in my little flappy reader, but if I insert this into that, it comes up with the same error. Remove ID check. Even taking it off. Where's ID check on the software? Go down it. I've got someone's donated £137. That's amazing, Mick. Amazing, Mick. Yeah, even when I take it off, it doesn't read it in the actual thing. ID check there. There we go. So let me just try this yet again with this. We are directly into PC now. We're not actually in a hub. Stick this back on. So we've not got an ID check on now. We have got the chip programmed correctly. Got to read. See, it comes up with the same warning. It thinks pins are in wrong position, and they're not. They are not in the wrong position. I've got pin 1 on pin 1. It's located on. And if I do that, it just brings a picture of that up. It's it bewildered me yesterday. I spent well over an hour trying to figure it. Let's just get this back on its. That's better. It weren't quite on. So, yeah, it's not even detecting it at all now. So I was hoping, in fairness, they were going to make it a little bit more simplistic so I didn't have to take the chip off each time, because obviously it's not an hard chip, but it's just a bit of a pain to get on and off sometimes. Oh, get that. So that was the plan with that, but I just can't seem to get it working. So I'll keep it a few days and might spend more time on stream with it to do it. But we'll have a look at that at another stage. Let's see if we can get that operational. Might end up stripping it down and doing other bits and bobs. Pin detect and chip ID are two different checks. The best solution is to desolder and use a socket. Yeah, I must say, Max, that's what I normally do. It was just for the fact that I did a desktop a few weeks back, and it meant a full strip down to get the board out because I could not get into it easily at all. It was I can't remember if it was Dell or something, I can't remember, but it was mounted underneath this and everything else. I really struggled, and I didn't want to take the board out, and I ended up having to really faff around, and it had got caps and things like that around it, and then plastic parts, so limitations, or some Wanted Steve, thank you very much for your subscription with Prime on Twitch. Thank you. If anybody else got Prime, you can jump over to Twitch and drop your favourite creator me a free subscription on Twitch. But thank you, Steve. I probably missed that earlier because even though it's coming at the same chat, it's not always through. So do beg your pardon, Steve. But thank you very much on that. Right, guys, we're going to get on with some work. Oh yeah, going back to your Prime stuff, if you have got Prime, you can subscribe to somebody free of charge every month with your Prime. Don't cost you a penny. I think we earn about £1 from it, so it shows you a bit of support. Look, frequency reduce if you use clip. Yeah, I've tried that right down to 4 megahertz as well. Down here, I've tried it on all of those individually, and I left that on default, but I have bumped that up to there, and I've even tried it on a 5-volt power source, which is what I'm on now, which I wasn't on before. It says no problem I found because I have disconnected it and packed it away. But yeah, I'm just wondering whether there's a resistance issue on one at cables or one at joints or something like that. So yeah. Yes, good morning, Nick. Good morning. Yeah, good win for Lewis. I don't know if anybody follows Formula One, but Lewis Hamilton won a race on Sunday, and it was quite a dominant display really from himself. Not so much Ferrari, because Charlie Chocolate Leclerc had a not a particularly good weekend. He crashed in practice and crashed in qualifying, and then didn't particularly perform in race, and he crashed in Monaco as well, which week before or race before. And I think he's probably feeling the pressure, which you would if you got Lewis Hamilton as your teammate, somewhat. But they kind of doubled down with Charlie's contract, haven't they? They've given him a multi-year contract. Yeah, the Ferrari strategy is never usually the best strat, is it? Never usually the best strat to get on with. They usually drop the ball somewhere. But I know they were being criticised for this, that, and everything else at the weekend of. Have they been lucky with safety cars and everything else? But I mean, if he's 20 seconds in lead, and ultimately, you've still got to put the lap types in, lap in, lap out, and still perform. Just because he's in lead, don't mean he can drive any slower. And he weren't. He was still driving faster to do it. Yeah, he was fortunate with that. But that's racing as well, isn't it? That's racing. But they did show a breakdown that even if he hadn't done that, I was watching Alex the other night, and he did a it looked like a sine wave, in fairness, the graph, but it kind of plotted Lewis's time v George's times, and you could see where he had gained time and lost time on each pit stop compared to each other, and at the end, which direction as it were tracking, it'd probably still finished without the pit stops, how it was tracking about 5 to 7 seconds in lead. So I think all in all, he had a dominant weekend. And one good thing, he knows how to win a race from the front. I'm really pleased that Max isn't performing. I'm not a lover of Max. He's a good driver, but I'm just not a lover of him. Anyway, why have I took side off here? I don't need to take side off this one. So side can stay on this one. Yeah, he did. He still drove away from them. He still drove away. And I know he's done thousands of laps of Barcelona. It's quite a, it's not a mega technical track. And I do apologise if nobody's into Formula 1, but it's not a mega technical track is Barcelona, because they do test on it, so they do know it. But the thing about it is, on some other tracks, you get a straight with some corners. You don't really get a rest from a lot of the corners. It's not as bad as things like Monaco or Singapore and things like that, or Qatar. But it's a clockwise circuit, so you end up wearing, certainly left-hand side at tyres, an awful lot. So there's a lot of tyre management going into it as well. But I enjoyed the race. I did enjoy the race. And what I thought was nice was, I know it was dominant by Lewis, but it doesn't seem to be this season's going to be dominated by one particular team, because even though Mercedes has obviously got the best power, I don't think they're going to dominate. So that for me is good. I think it brings back some of the other races. I was watching there's one for online racing called Creator Series, where content creators race generally on a Saturday. And I was watching that, and normally usually a couple of drivers out front or one driver out front, and it's just dominated. And then you get a lot of the creators which aren't as skilled or talented in the midfield. But one thing it did show this year, and I think it represents the real life season very well, is that the difference between the good ones and the poor ones is still there, but because of the way the battery management and the battery juices, and I think this is important in real life, is that the pack's a lot closer and able to still overtake and pass each other. So I think that's an important one to bear in mind. There's going to be a lot better, closer racing for some circuits, and it's all going to go down to strategy. Morning, Phil. First one here again. I would like to see Lewis challenge for the title. I'd love him to get his 8th title. I'd love him to get his 8th title, because I think he deserves it after being criminally cheated in 2021. Yeah, it was scandalous cheating. Not so much by Red Bull, but by FIA. I think it was scandalous. The way he got cheated out of that championship. They just suddenly decided to change rules. Again, if you're not into it, guys, do apologise, but they changed the rules with, I think it was 7 laps to go in the very last race, and when he were tying with Max Verstappen, they just thought, we'll ignore the rules. Bearing in mind, FIA make the rules for Formula 1, and they just decided to ignore the rules completely, which handed the championship win to Max Verstappen. It was absolutely scandalous, and it should never, ever have been allowed to stand. I don't think anybody in the right mind would say that what happened was fair. Even if you're a Max fan, if you were being honest, you would say it wasn't. Yeah. Right, let's get a power lead. But I do think that affected Lewis for quite a considerable amount of time, really. I think he became very disillusioned with the sport and the culture behind the sport. And you read some of the interviews from Lewis as well. He's faced so much hardship and negativity and prejudice over his time, and probably still to this day. And it was probably the test of his character what got him through it, after experiencing a lot of that throughout his life. So I got a fuse in that. Where's somebody's stolen my fuse? No fuse in that. I'll plug that in, it won't work. Let's get this one out instead. Good job I've got spares. Oh, I need to show you something. I had a computer in the other day and it's melted the graphics card. Let me show you what it's done. Yeah, he did. He dealt with. I agree, Pico. He dealt with it like a morning ruggers. He dealt like a true professional sportsman. Didn't really moan and complain about it, and I don't even think they appealed it as a team. Yeah, Michael Massey or Charlie Michael Massey. Yeah, it was scandalous. Yeah, absolutely crazy. But anyway, let's move on to this. Got this in the other day. Can we see what's wrong? I've actually cleaned this up considerably. The plug. This is a 3090, by the way, guys. See the pin in there? I've actually ended up cutting that down a little bit because it was really melted to the actual plug of the power supply. That's why sides are missing, because I've had to clean it up and whatnot. But that pin there, it's completely shorted, this card. It looks like it's took 240 volts. I don't think it has. That side is fine, strangely enough, but that side and card shorted. But it's only shorted on this side of connector. This side of connector is not shorted, so there must be something around with this. But I've spoken to the customer and he don't want me to open it. I'm like, well, okay, I won't open it. So let me grab the yeah, so he don't want me to open it. So what they're going to do with this, I've put my new graphics card in the computer and they're going to put this on the wall. So they are having a 3090 as wall decoration. Don't ask me why. It's not pushed in. I've ended up having to cut a bit of it off because it was welded to the power plug would not come out correctly. So what I ended up doing was snipping the wire off the back of the power plug. The actual pin on the graphics card had kind of bonded itself to the metal inner of the power supply connector. So I ended up snipping the wire and manipulating the connector out eventually, which then left obviously the bonded pin on here and the connector sticking out with a bit of wire, and then I kind of trimmed it away with some some flush cutters to do that, hoping that it was, because it was just a mess, so you're getting consumed with getting it cleaned, but yeah, it kind of welded itself together. Yeah, I would say, because I think they've had this in since it were new, so they've certainly had it in 2 or 3 years, if not longer, obviously. It might have worked its way out a little bit. Connectors got hot over time, created a bit more resistance and started arcing or whatever, which causes obviously extreme heat to build up. But yeah, it's just a shame that the 3090 has gone thing. Morning, Sharky. Good morning. But no, one connector shorted, other connectors not shorted. We haven't got any shorts down here either, so all that's fine. All that is fine. And there's a, I mean, as long as it's not done anything too serious, there's a good chance that I can bring this back to life without too much of an issue. Because I think if that side's not shorted, we haven't got shorts down here, I mean, without checking card and disassembly, there's a good chance that core might be fine, and everything else. But yeah, what it is. Oh God, it's getting hot and humid. Getting hot in here. I'm not taking off all my clothes. Oh. Finally caught another live stream. Always nice to have you, Sharky. Oh, always nice to have you. Anyway, we're going to do this one. HDMI in here. You missed a few bits this morning. How long have I been streaming this? I've been streaming an hour and I've not done any work yet. Crikey. Finally got my dim bulb tester working as well. I did a quick video on that last week about what actually eats all the current in. Good of that one. Need my Windows 11. Ooh, Windows 11, and I find it quite interesting in the fact that when I did the where's the on-off button on here? There we go. Flick that over to there. We should get a picture on here, so excuse the black screen for 2 minutes. The CPU under full load has a current draw from the wall. This is a 240 volts draw of why haven't I got a picture? I think it was something like 0.7 of an amp, so 700 milliamps. 0.7 of an amp. Why don't I have a picture? It's on the correct thing. Yeah, so then I turned CPU off under full load and I put the GPU, which was a AMD 7800, I think it was, under full load. And that was taking 2.2 amps. So more than twice the amount your GPU drinks down under full load than what CPU does under full load. I know this is difficult. It's not apples for apples. And then 3.5 amps. This is straight out at wall as well before power supply. So that's what it's actually drawing on mains current. What it was showing as well. And I just thought, crikey, there's a fair bit of oomph going about there. Fair bit of oomph, crikey, going about. Why don't we have a picture in bottom right hand corner? Bizarre. Should have a picture. This is only coming for a reinstall of the operating system, so that's why I'm puzzling why we don't have a picture. Let's see. Come on, bottom right hand corner. Put this directly into my monitor and see what that does. Might just be a OBS issue. This. Yeah, it is. Let me just get this up and running on here. So go to that one. I'll just get it up and running on here, and then I'll try and get it back down. For whatever reason, OBS. Well, we know OBS is bad. And then I'll get this up and running, and then we'll get back onto here. Official SI unit 0 miles per hour. Hey, we should have get this back up onto Windows. I just can't understand why me. Yeah, HDMI anyway. Just do disk part, which is Shift F10, DISPART, list DISK, and we are looking at disk one. Cell DIS0, clean. Done. Exit. Now I did ask the customer 3 times whether they had any data, and he kept saying no data. I said, so I'm going to delete everything. Yep, delete everything. We'll ring you if we need anything. I said, well, it'd be a bit late if you ring me after I've done it. I'll ring you tonight before 8 p.m. That's all right. I'll leave it until tomorrow to do it. Didn't ring last night, so obviously didn't need anything on here. So it's now all been white. So let's see if we can get a picture back up on here. So we can get my picture back. This monitor is shocking. Yeah. Yes. Plug in. Up to HDMI 1. Enter. Right, we've got that. Still no picture down here. My phone's ringing. Let me grab my telephone now, gents. PC repairs. I am, yes. Okay. Okay. Is it a tablet or is it a laptop? Okay, so it's a 360, is it? Yeah, just bear me 1 second. Let me just bring Google up so I can just Google it. Well, then what? It's Samsung. Which model is it? Yeah, yeah. QGK, that one there. Oh, right, yeah. So what's actually broke on it? Okay. Now looking at that, they do what they call an OLED model for the screen. So they can be very expensive to replace the OLED screens. They can be anything. Oh, it's an AMOLED screen as well. So yeah, it looks like it certainly is. So they can be very, very expensive to replace. You can be looking at anywhere between sort of £150 to £400 just to buy the actual panel. I did one not long back. It was about £380 just for the panel itself. Not that model, but a similar one. Yeah, I would have to set the screen out and just see which one is fitted anyway. But it all depends on how bad the dent in the rear panel is as well, because the OLED panels are extremely thin. They're a lot thinner than traditional LCD screens. That if there is a dent on the panel and we can't straighten it, it could actually cause damage to the new one when we put it in. And the last thing you want to do is spend £400 on a new touch panel, put it in, and it breaks straight away or within a very short period of time. So it really does depend on how bad it is. But you're more than welcome to drop it off, and we can take a look. As long as we don't need to strip it down, there's no charge. So we can have a look, and I can give you an opinion on it. So you're welcome to do that. Okay, do you want me to text you the address? Yeah. When are you thinking of coming? I'm not too far away from you. Yeah. Well, I'm in this morning, so if you did want to pop in this morning, we can have a look. But yeah, I'll drop you a text message now, and if you do come this morning, I'll see you later. Okay, bye now. Right, that lady there she bought the laptop 2 days ago, put it on the floor, and the grandchild has jumped on it and broken it. It's an AMOLED screen. So you probably heard my side of the conversation, which was they can be extraordinarily expensive. If you're wondering which model it is, I will tell you. I'm just texting the address for the business. It's the Samsung November Papa 750, and she's got the crikey, Quebec Golf Kilo model, but it's £1,000 looking at it on internet to buy, or just short of £1,000 UK. So it's not a cheap one. She had it 2 days and grandchild jumped on it. It sounds like he dinted the back panel, broke the screen, but obviously with OLEDs being so thin, you can have other issues if yeah, if you can't get the dent out altogether correctly. Anyway, let's get back on here. Right, so let's see why I've got no picture on here. Streambot. Oh. So we're after a picture on the microscope, which should be. Oh, brilliant! It's disappeared altogether now. Hey, wonderful. OBS for me is just pants. Absolutely shocking. I was chatting with another creator yesterday, and I was saying your streams are absolutely flawless. And I said, can you just tell me what settings you've got? And he told me what settings. I said, well, they're the same as mine. They're no different to the settings I've got. But his just seems so much better than mine. It's just pants. Morning, morning, dirt. Morning, cows. Hot Cows is in the house, guys. Hot Cows is in the house. So unfortunately, I can't show you big screen. So we're going to have to unplug that out of there. How are you doing, Cows? Are you all recovered now from your cat attack? You had a big cat attack. When we say big cat, I don't mean you got attacked by a tiger or a lion. But it was a big moggy. No signal. So it's not even outputting a signal to there. I'm just going to go home. I'll work at home. Can't do that, can I? Right, let's power this down. Power it back up. Not bad, thank you. I'm doing good, thanks, Chaz. Doing good. Feeling very Friday-ish today for whatever reason. Shall I give that a try? Oh, my phone's ringing again. I'll give it a try in a second. Just 1 second. PC repairs, how can I help? Okay. I can look at it. I don't do it while you wait, though. You'd have to leave it with you. We do charge for stripping it down and diagnosing it, certainly if it's had liquid. So it all depends on where was the liquid spilt? Was it on the keyboard? Okay. Right. What I would say is unplug it, and if you can take the battery out, take the battery out. If it's an internal battery, don't try and switch it on, because if it is liquid inside, last thing you want it doing is shorting the battery across anything, which shouldn't be. So if it is suspected liquid ingress, so spilt water on it, for example, we'd need to do a full strip down. Is it a PC or is it a Mac? Okay. Is that the tablet? It's a laptop one, so okay. Yeah, we can have a look at that and see what's what on it. And I will stress that we will strip it down. We'll have a look. If it works after that, brilliant. If it doesn't, obviously then we can quote for additional work. You've probably got, depending where it's gone, you've probably got a good 70 to 80% chance. I did one last week, for example. It's a common thing. People do spill things all the time. No worries. Cheers then. Bye bye. Right. Anyway, let's get back on to what we were discussing and talking about. Walk out of the room. That's what I was going to do. I was walk out of the room in disgust, weren't I? That's exactly what I was going to do. Let's give that a shot. I've had enough of this. I'm going. Going! Tell you, going! Was that convincing? Was that convincing? Look at that. And the Oscar nomination goes to Dirk Diggler for walking out of the room in disgust. Oh, I've hit some on my keyboard now and I've got pretty pictures all over. There we go. Well, you know, my acceptance speech, I'd like to thank, you know, everyone who stuck by me from day one. I'd like to thank, you know, my primary school teacher for really giving me that confidence when I was 4 to start the acting career that I've really done. And really just thank God for giving me an appendage to be a porn star. There we go. And can't really forget Flipper the Dolphin. We've been together a long time. Do this for that. Yes, get rid of that. Why have I got two Microsoft Edges on screen? That's bizarre. Nope, not convinced. Can I do a retake? Take two. I can't see OBS at the moment because I'm having to put the computer on my OBS screen, so I've got a different input. I don't know why OBS isn't working. I will be so glad when I get my new computer up and running. Let me try and get back to OBS. Right, so we are plugged in. When it decides to come up. Considering it were completely unscripted as well. Get back onto there. So have we now got everything resets? Right, so if we go to that screen there, we've not got microscope, which is always wonderful. So even microscope's not working. OBS, it's always not working. Honestly, it's completely disappeared off screen now. Completely disappeared off screen. I'm trying to think how I repaired it last time. I think I removed it from Device Manager and got it to reinstall. And I think that's what I did. It's I've got one of those, oh, what they're called, Elgato thingy bobs. So I can use, I can't remember where it sits though. Is it in display or is it in human interface devices? Could be in there. Logitech, Elgato. Oh. No, that's me. Input devices. Game control, that's it. Let's uninstall. This is either going to kill it or cure it. And let's do a refresh. Yay! So we've appeared back on there. Let's select that as my camera. No. Still not working. Wonderful. Wonderful. I'm just going to mice monitor. Not a monitor, is it now? Other devices. I've got an Aeroha AP. No idea what that is. And a BFT Faster Pair. No idea what that is. I could do with somebody coming out and repairing my computer. Do you know anybody? Be right back. Going to get caramel latte. Oh, caramel latte. I had a double espresso mochaccino yesterday. Probably why I'm so hyper today. Aha, we have them USB hubs. No. I have no idea where the Elgato, whatchamacallit thingy bob is. So let's just pull the power out of it. Should make it disappear. Yes. And plug it back in. Yes. Yes. Oh, oops. Not my light, because I'm a bit of a nugget. Go to there. Cancel. Elgato. Still not showing now. Refresh. Ah, it's gone off completely. It's completely luckily now disappeared. And breathe. that means microscope's gone off as well. Oh, crikey. So where does that plug into? That plugs into that port there. Plug that back in. Show hidden. I've got that one. There we go. At least you can see what I'm doing. So I've took the game catcher device out, which is there. So uninstall that. Yeah, I can't see anything else on there for game catcher display adapters. Not in there. Not in there. Not in there. Not in there. Imaging device. No, that's my printer. Yeah, no idea what these are. No idea at all. Get rid of that as soon as it's an unknown device and it's not plugged in. That's the one I'm after. Uninstall. Yes, uninstall that. Install. Where's the unknown again? Uninstall. Yes. And the last one, which should be uninstall. Just in case that was something, because the light grey ones, if you're wondering here, if you've got to view all under here, show all hidden devices, anything that appears in light grey, so that's a normal one plugged in. That one has been plugged in the past and no longer plugged in. So you should, in theory, be safe to uninstall anything that is in light grey. So if I now plug my Elgato back in, which is in my hand, power it up, and do a quick rescan, and go to the top, still not showing up. So we have this. Remember, I had this before. And I can't remember what fixed it in the past. I thought reinstalling the software fixed it. But it's not even detecting it within Windows. Go away. Ports don't need out. Should appear up here. Let's unplug it from. Oh wait there, no, that doesn't actually go into there. Oh, it does go into there. We're just going to give up and say we'll have to do it old-fashioned way without that. I don't know why it's not working, but it's clearly not playing ball today with me. So we'll flick this back over to the other screen and say enter. Yay! We have picture. Not that you guys can see it, but I do have a did have a picture. Picture's now gone off. Now it's come back on. Can't even. Let's. Right. So where we're aiming for is here. This is about the best I'm going to get this at the moment, gents. You can see the complexia. Ooh, sugar. You can see the issues I'm. Ouch! Damn, that hurt. See the issues I'm working with, and we've got a pipe falling down. So anyway, we've got a picture on
PCDD,
screen.
little shit.
Just, yeah. Cable. We don't get this from other channels. You know when Joey's doing his, it's all nicely organised. Looks amazing. I watched James's members video on a laptop, and I won't spoil it, but it's a brilliant video. Go check it out on JFix's channel. It's all nicely organised and so professional. You watch Andy, and it's a lot more organised than me. You watch me, and I'm just like all over the place. It's just terrible. So let's pull Ventoy up and Snappy Driver, which is that one. So yes, and do that one. Yes. Minimize, close, allow, close, back onto Snappy Driver and select all in there. Create and restore point. Yes. Let me just reset that. Settings. And we go to Start Home tab, delete, and change that to .com. Save, done, and back up to here and go to privacy. Clear everything, done. Close, excellent. We don't want to do that, so we're just waiting for these to install. And once this is installed, I need to download Kaspersky Trial. 9 best antiviruses. Don't believe you. Morning, Mike. Sorry, I missed your thing there. I was just berating OBS there. Morning, Mike. Good morning. How are you today? Are we doing okay? Oh, England's playing tonight. I don't follow football, but England are playing tonight, aren't they? 9 o'clock, I think it's coming on television. I don't want to buy now. Right, they have given me their account details. So if I flick over to that screen, I'm having to watch my OBS via another screen. So I'm going to sign into their allow all cookies. That's good, Mike. That's good. That's good. That's good. Not missed much this morning. Just me. I'm not that organised. James, you are very organised compared to me. Compared to me. Hey, James, do you know I was discussing on, I think on Discord about video editing software, and I was mentioning the KineMaster. I have played around with that a little bit more, and I quite like it. I find it a bit easier than that. How do I get the videos? I think I know what you're going to say to me. How do you get your video from your PC to your phone to edit it? Because obviously I'm on iPhone, so it's a lot. James has an OnlyFans group. He does. I'm a founder member of that one. How do you get your videos across, James? Do you just copy them onto a memory card? Because that's how I suspect you may be doing it. I am just logging into this customer's account. No internet restoring connection. Wonderful. No internet restoring connection. Internet connection restored. Brilliant. So go away warning sign on screen. Yeah. That. Invalid. Invalid email address or password. So is it that? Invalid email address or password. Well, I've spelled it exactly like they've written it down. I am just checking to make sure I'm not a bit of an idiot. So the only thing they have done, they've put brackets around that. So did they mean it should? No. Open bracket that. Oh, it says I am human. Remember me for 30 days. Invalid email address or password. So I'm going to take a photo of that and send it. Because this was the issue I had last time. This is why I said I wouldn't put it back on. And they are adamant that this is their correct password. And I don't know if that says Dark or a surname. So let me just change that to a D. D. I am human. Customers, for some reason, think it's my fault when they've given me the wrong details. If you don't give me right details, I can't put right details in. So I don't know how it's my fault. iPhone, I know. I did plug my iPhone into my computer the other day, and I thought if I transfer them across, but it's 11 gigabytes. One of the videos I did were 11 gig. And I'm like, to transfer that to my phone and then manipulate it, then transfer it back, even if I upload it from my phone to YouTube, it's still quite big. They do have iCloud, James, for copying files, but with it being an 11 gigabyte file, I don't even know how to remux. Obviously, that's converting it. I just find I put a thing on Discord about using video editing software, and so many people came back to me and offered advice and whatnot. But I'm using DaVinci Resolve, which is a free one, or there is a paid version, but free one's amazing. I use KineMaster, which James recommended some time ago to me, but it's only on phone only. But I just thought, because it's on phone and we're used to swiping and everything else, A, it's a more simplistic interface, because it's for people like me who's simple. And B, I can do it while sat on the sofa at night, rather than having to come in my orifice and do it in here. But trying to get the footage from your PC to your phone is the thing. Click the Remux recordings in OBS. It takes seconds for a massive... Oh, does it? Right, I will have a look at that. I will have a look at that then, James. Thank you so much. Right, we are on, I don't know, number 16 of whatever. I cannot put Kaspersky on for these people because they've not given me the correct details. And I know what will happen. I'll ring them up and say, you've given me wrong details, and that, can we do it on phone? And I did this last time, and they still give me the wrong details, and they wanted me to do password recovery and whatnot. And I'm like, you need to just do it yourself. Anyway, let's get the next one down my list. Is updated. Can't really do anything with that. And you guys can't see the screen because OBS. And we're going to have to do it all under head-up display camera because microscope's not working. Meanwhile, back at the ranch. That one there. went to drive a car yesterday. My other half is buying a new car, and she's looking at a Atto 3, BYD Atto 3, which we've probably discounted now, and we drove the Skoda Elroq 85. Gosh, what model was it? S-Line, I think it was, or something like that. And that was a lovely car. But we also drove the, well, they don't call it Hyundai anymore. They call it Hyundai. Don't know why they call it Hyundai, not Hyundai, but it's Hyundai. More like shouldn't I? And they call it a Hyundai. And drove the new Kona. And that was probably the nicest drive out of the three. Maypower Plus Sports OTG on USB, and you can get just plug a USB drive in. You can get USB drives to do it. I can actually plug the phone into the computer and transfer it straight from the computer onto the internal storage memory, and it sits in the phone's picture library then. I just didn't know whether there was a different way of doing it rather than having to connect it each time, because obviously I have to connect it, transfer it over, manipulate it, edit it, and then connect it back to transfer back, or upload straight from the phone and delete. I suppose I could, couldn't I? But the upload from the phone will probably take a bit longer. I don't know, because I'm on cable on PC, so I can upload at maximum speed rather than Wi-Fi on the phone. I'm gonna have to play around with it a little bit more. I've got the 5 videos I've done. I've done I think I'm on right screen. I don't know. I can't see OBS. I've done a AliExpress unboxing video, and then I broke the unboxing video once I've unboxed into other videos. So I've done a video on, I don't know, it's gone now. I don't know, it's gone. I got one of them just for like a cable, which I've tagged up with a rechargeable soldering iron. And I must say, the recharger in soldering iron did impress me. It's a USB recharger in soldering iron. And it really did impress me. If I can figure out where it is, I'll give you a sneak peek of it. I did put it. I've only bought it for doing whatchamacallit, but that's the. Press that one. I think I'm on the right camera. I'm not too sure, but that's the rechargeable soldering iron. And as you can see, it's soldering. It's warming up pretty quick. Am I on the right camera? Don't know. Yeah, no. Refresh. There you go. So that's the that's a little rechargeable soldering iron that that is in one of the reviews, and it's a nice thing. It's a nice thing. It's not amazing, so it's never going to replace my Finersi, but there's a few nice things about it. It is cartridge style. It is rechargeable. Works off USB-C as well, and it does everything I need it to do. And I've kind of coupled that with the review of the cable, which is here. So that's one of the reviews. Got 5 temperature settings on it, pre-programmed. I do a temperature review on it as well to show us the difference in temperature. There's no way of calibrating it, unfortunately. But that's a nice little review. That was I think about $7 or $8, not expensive at all. And I've only bought it for when I do screen hinge repairs, sorry, so I can melt through the plastic case. So that's all I needed it for. But for what it costs to be a rechargeable soldering iron, it's never going to be amazing. Tips are replaceable, it's cartridge style, so you can put any of the cartridge style tips in there. I've gone for the sharp pointy one on here, but you can get chisel or flat or whatever else you want. So it's got a little LED light on the end as well, which I quite like, to offer nice illumination. As you can see, my phone is ringing, so I'm going to have to answer this telephone. Turn that off. Bear with me 1 second, gents. How can I help? Right, sorry guys. So yeah, that's one of the reviews. And then I done something, put that over there to cool down because I don't want to be burning anything. And then I got, where did I put those? Put these up here. And those are the others which are sat in here, which are the other things which I do a review on. There's 4 of those, and I'm not going to give you any more of a sneak peek because you'll have to watch the video when it's done. So I've done those, and there was something else as well. Oh, the BIOS chip programmer, which obviously we know is not working, and I am sure I got something else. Can't remember. But there should be 5 videos coming out. Oh, this one as well. That was the other thing which is coming out as well, which is a disc cloner. If you can see that, I'm trying to look at this on the replay rather than the OBS screen, so that's why it's a bit. I'm upside down. So yeah. So that's the other thing as well. So there's review on all those coming through, and I've done him on a sole unboxing video and then broken down into the individual things so I can be a bit more in depth. And the clone is really surprising. It clones a 256 gigabyte M2 drive in less than 5 minutes, offline mode. So disc to disc clone in less than 5 minutes, which yeah. Is that for your hinge repairs? Yeah. Hold on, Ryan. I have literally bought it for hinge repairs, so I don't have to ruin a tip. So that is the only reason. Rather than you've seen me doing it before. I've got a battery one, which battery's about foobarred on it, so I heat it up with a blowtorch and just kind of melt through. So if I buy that, it's ideal for that. I have actually got, and I didn't put these in the review, me screws have turned up as well. You know, the ones which Justin kindly advised us on. The again, I'm trying to get this in shot. The Chicago screws. So I'm going to try those out on one of my next screen repairs. They're for leather and things like that, for fabrics, but obviously they'll do that. I don't know what sizes, so I just bought the multiple pack. So whether they're going to be as cost effective, because these are a lot dearer than the plastic ones that I currently use, but I think these will give a lot better aesthetic finish to the job. So we will be trying those out at the same time. Is that cooled down? Yeah, cooled down sufficiently to pop it in there. So a few bits and bobs coming through as well for that. Yes. Where are we on here? Right, we're installing the Logitech keyboard and power key, whatever that is, which is pointless because it's my Logitech keyboard, but I can't get around it. It's already started. We're down here. So we've got voice clarity to install after this, then Intel Watchdog timer driver, Realtek high definition audio driver, and then Intel display driver. And then we're done. We can put this to one side and get on with doing the DC port repair. But until this is done, I can't move it off here. This customer who's just rung again is the one who's coming with the screen repair. So so yeah, when she comes, I'll grab that off her, and we'll have to have a look at that. I might need to take the screen out on that one to see what's what. Yeah, going back to the cars, all electric cars nowadays, brilliant. The one what I think she's going to settle on is the Kona, and it's the Ultimate. So it's the top of the range one. Just about 380 miles on a full charge. What? So it's comparable with petrol on range nearly for most cars, but obviously cost of charging compared to cost of fuel is significantly different, and there's no real cost difference depending how you buy it. So I think it's a bit of a no-brainer. She's currently got all electric at the moment, and won't go back to a fuel powered one. Morning, Ryan. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Has your parcel turned up yet, Ryan? I can't remember when I posted that. Was it yesterday or the day before? I can't remember. So yeah, she's looks like she's going to go for that one, and go that route. So I am very tempted myself to go for all electric because my car is just horrendous on fuel. I wouldn't. Beautiful car and everything else, but fuel just absolutely garbage. 34, 35 to gallon if I'm lucky. On a run, if I can get top 30s, that's me doing well, and that's driving at 60 mile an hour on a motorway with cruise control set, following a lorry. It is horrendous on fuel. I'd rather drive a supercar than that. To be fair, my last car before this, what I traded in, was a 435 BMW twin turbo, and I could get like into 50s to gallon on that, and it was 4-wheel drive, so it was X-drive, big heavy car, everything else. Stunning car. Traded it in because on paper this one was going to give me better economy, better running costs and everything else, and it's been exactly the opposite. And it's just a Mini Cooper S, John Cooper Works body kitted one. Beautiful car to look at, not a patch on the one, not a nice car to drive, and fueling is horrendous. Absolutely shambolic. Shabba. I learned a new word. I learned a new word at the weekend, which is good for me. No, don't worry at all. Not yet turned up. Don't want to come to the left. All right. Well, you'll just need to clone your drive across, or I'd do a fresh install of Windows if you can get away with it, rather than cloning it across, and then just transfer your data, and then at least you've got a nice operating system too. And I think I sent you a 1 terabyte one as well, Ryan. So I can't remember what size you had, but 1 terabyte one, 93% health, or something like that, I think it was. So not a new drive, as we said, but certainly a lot better than I think yours were down to 57%, I think you said, or something like that. Sorry guys, I'm just talking to Ryan, who's on our Twitch channel on there. He was our first ever Twitch subscriber. Yeah, do a fresh install of Windows, and do it from that. If you download the image from zone94.com, it comes with all the updates installed already, so you don't have to sit through all the Windows install stuff and do that. And then you can just move your data across. So should give you a bit more breathing space, a little bit more room, and hopefully a little bit more longevity out of it as well, to do that. Right, this is installed in 202. I'm really got to say. Yeah, so new words. My daughter was teaching me some of the words that they use at school. Bear in mind, she's 12. She's appeared on stream a couple of times. So one of them was, because she keeps calling me bro. What is the advice to your left with the post-its on it? To my left. You might be on an older piece of video. Do you mean that? Another thing, YouTube is just miles behind and everything, isn't it? We've got that, which is my Unity 260B. Just let me say refresh YouTube. I have set a timer for this, but for whatever reason, it's not doing it now. That's YouTube. And type in here by MSI all-in-one. Oh, that one. It's a jukebox. It's a jukebox. I know which one you're saying now, Sharky. That one there is a tape player. Oh, that's one we've got to look at. Click on that. I can't see OBS, so I'm going to try and hold this up to where I think it is. Oh my gosh. What is it done? That is I think that's about right view. That is a Technics cassette player. Oh, crikey. I was playing at the beginning of the stream. I've got a customer who buys job lots of tech, and he's brought me that just to try and see if it works. But I don't own a cassette. I don't own cassette tape. So I'm going to struggle to try it, apart from the fact that I'm just going to try and plug it in and see if I can get it. It's got audio. It's got FM on it. So I'm going to try and see if I can get any sound out of it at all. So I'll have to dig. I don't even think I've got a speaker. I'm going to have to dig some, or maybe oscilloscope to see if there's anything coming off the speaker terminals for sound, and see if we can see the modulation of it increasing when I increase the volume with oscilloscope or something like that. I don't know. So yeah, that's just that one. It's a Technics SA-K6L cassette tape. Apparently they're selling for about £100 working and about £50 not working. So he's just keen to see if it works, and if it does, he can sell it. If it doesn't work, we're going to see if we can get it working for him, and he can either sell it for parts for £50, or if we can get it working, for £100. And then that one, that's a jukebox touchscreen computer, which has been converted into a jukebox. You can be as nosy as you like. I've got all sorts of stuff floating around in here. I have now, and I'm going to struggle to show you. We've got now a nice collection of GPUs sat on the shelf as well. Got a couple of 30 series, got several 10 series cards now. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sat there, and I've got another 8 in there. So collecting graphics cards at the moment, collecting about as many graphics cards as I am as chargers on here. And also power supplies. I seem to be collecting power supplies at the moment. Need to have a good things. Oh, that's what I'm going to do, is put in refresh YouTube. Am I typing click refresh on YouTube? It's lagging. There we go. Click refresh on YouTube, it's lagging. YouTube, for some reason, is still lagging. We are getting somewhere close on this. We are on the last driver. Not exactly the quickest computer. Let me see if whatchamacallit's come back to life yet. My Elgato. Downloads Elgato. No, let me download Elgato drivers. Elgato HD60S, HD60S, and Elgato HD60S. I'm just going to re-download drivers and install drivers, see if that brings it back to life. It's just really annoying when you can't. That's an X. Is the X same as the S? Don't think it was it? HD60. Oh, there we go. Tech spec. Yes. Can we help? Yes. You need to help me download the drivers. Stupid. Elgato. Just give me software. All I want is software. That's better. 60S download. That's the one I want. Reinstall. Okay. If I can get this working, that'll be wonderful. At least I can get Microscope back working. Installation successful. Bring device manager up. Do a refresh. No. Your YouTube count is reading 0. Yes, there is an issue with it. OBS is just playing up like heck today. I'll stop. Yeah, James was behind you, James. Yeah, it's reading 0. It's counting Twitch for whatever reason, but it's reading 0 on YouTube. None of my notifications coming through. Honestly, OBS for me is just a pain. So yeah, it's because at the moment OBS isn't even reading my microscope, so I can't even get my microscope to display, which is just really, 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 really annoying. As you can imagine. My Streambot is connected, my Streamlabs is connected, and stuff like that just isn't showing at all. So yeah, it's just darn annoying. Aha, right, this computer. So yeah, what I had done, I think that's the right thing. I can't even see me thing. I'm having to just twist my camera here to point towards that screen until I can get off this, and then at least we can then do some proper work on the mat once this one is done. This is on the last install of this driver. And then we're going to be doing a laptop hinge and DC port. DC port needs a full board out because it is a soldered in port. It is this one sat in here. I think that's somewhere close. It's a soldered in one. And again, I can't see this on screen, so I'm assuming that that is in the right place. But it's a soldered in port, so we're going to be replacing that one next. But I can't do that until I can get this one. Have I tried using Stream Elements? I struggle like hell with Streamlabs, let alone Stream Elements. My plan is I bought a new CPU to upgrade this one. So my plan is when I go onto the new computer, which I've got to build, I'm going to totally flatten all my streaming setup, and then kind of reconfigure it all from ground up. Because this was put in 7 months ago when I started streaming, 7-8 months ago when I started streaming. And because I don't think I knew what I was doing at the time, there's a lot of thingy bob. I do need that multiple. I also need the RAM as well. Joey from JDT had some RAM as well. I need to contact Joey as well and organise the RAM from him. I've got the CPU. You've got the motherboard. I've got a case. I've got a GPU. I've got a power supply. I've got the hard drives. So I just need to get the RAM off Joey, and then just install it. I don't really want to go to Windows 11. That's me. That's my other bugbear. Is sticking it out for Windows 12. I was reading one of the blog posts, and they reckon Windows 12 will be released for developers in September, with rollout to consumer before end of year on new PCs. So it won't be long either before or after that that it'll be available for download. So I just don't know whether to stick with Windows 10 and then upgrade to 12, but I don't really want to be doing that halfway through, because you can imagine what nightmare it is installing all your software again. Certainly with the amount of software I've got. Installing Windows ain't a problem. It's just installing all other software, finding out serials, registering or deauthenticating it off the websites, and just setting everything back up and getting drivers working. It's just, I mean, we've all gone through it, haven't we? I'm just not relishing it. I've had this system now, but I had to reinstall my system in 6 years. 6-7 years ago, last time I had to reinstall it. So yeah, I am fortunate. Right, we're nearly done on here. Finally, nearly done. Let's just try a quick reboot and see where that comes from. Restarting. I am thinking at the same time, James, that I might swap the digital microscope for a optical one, and move around. Let me see if I can zoom out here a bit. Because I've got my digital scope, and again, I can't see OBS, so I can't see. So let me grab this telephone, guys. PC repairs. That's me. Ah, no, that was Chris. He had a slightly different business name. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Well, if you read me the message, I'll tell you. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we can sort that. Yeah, we can sort that out for you. Well, I would say don't turn it on, because the more you use it now, the greater the chance of total data loss is. So if there's anything on there that you wish to keep, just leave it switched off until we've looked at it. Well, we don't do appointments. We do first come, first serve. Normally, I aim to get everything done between 1 and 2 working days, as a rule. But obviously, until we get our hands on it, it's difficult to say, because if it's a part we've got in stock and we can replace, it's usually done pretty quick. If it's a part that I need to order, it can be delayed. So until we've done a full check and diagnostics on it, it's difficult to give you a comprehensive one. But I would probably say, 1 or 2 working days is where I aim to be on everything. Well, ultimately, the problem is software. That's the thing. What's actually failed or causing the issue, but it's actually what the root cause is generally going to be a hardware issue on something like that. But there's lots of things. It could be from CPU to motherboard to RAM to hard disk, as an example. So there's several things. So we need to get hands on, do some checks, do some diagnostics, see what's what, and then come up with the best plan of action for you and get it sorted. Well, it all depends on what really needs to be done. I would say something like that needs kind of board diagnosis. think I'm back. Am I back? Have I got audio? Again, can't see because we're on stupid OBS. Stupid OBS. Let me just turn that one on. So 1, 2. Oh. Yeah, I'm back. There you go. Do that again. Sorry, guys. Thank you, Sharky. Yeah, so he was that inquiry there. There was 2 businesses within where we live less than a quarter of a mile away from each other, and because I'd been doing it so long, and it's a bit bizarre. He started after me, a good while after me. Because I was kind of the #1 search result in the area, he decided to come in on the back of my business name. Not that I knew him, and it was my business name was the business name, and then the city. So that's what it was. So what he did, he used exactly the same scenario, but he put the city in front of the same business name. So it was bike repairs London for me, for example, and he used London bike repairs. So that's, I get an awful lot of, he's now since packed in and went off to sell hot tubs. It didn't really affect me that much, in fairness, Sharky. Didn't really affect me that much. And I think it lasted, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 years, something like that. He did a percentage, but I do often now get people ringing up saying, "Oh, you don't sound like him," or "I've looked at your website and it's different," or whatever, and I'll go, "Yeah, that was Chris." Yeah, so he doesn't do it anymore. He sells hot tubs. Strangely enough, and this is really bizarre, the company where he works at now, I do their IT. They don't even use him, and he works there. I don't know if he still works there, but he did. To the fact that the guy who owns that business where he went to work was here, I don't know, beginning of the week, with some networking things. So that's crazy, isn't it? That I still, I did their IT, even after that. So yeah, but yeah, a bit of turf wars what it was, but it never bothered me at all. I did have somebody else who did similar. There was I think it was Croatian or Romanian or something like that, I can't remember, and he basically took the screenshot off my website and stuck it on a Facebook channel, and slightly changed the name again. Instead of it being Bike Repairs London, and London Bike Repairs had gone because that was from before, he went, it was something like Bike Repairs London.co.uk or something like that. He just tagged .co.uk onto it, but took my entire screenshot of my page and everything verbatim, and he lived about 4 mile away. And I ended up messaging him, and I went, "It's not right, this, what you're doing, take it down, or I'll investigate other ways of getting it sorted, basically, not anything other than legal." And he apologized profusely and said, well, he didn't design the page, somebody else did, and said it was going to be this. And he ended, and I can cut a long story short, what he ended up doing was ringing me up and then saying, "I've got this in, I don't know how to repair it, can you help me?" I went, "Well, I can't." I did give him some help to start with, but in the end, what I ended up doing was, OBS has completely disappeared now. Go back onto there. I'm back on OBS. Was saying, look, because I got a bit bored of helping him for nothing. Look, if you want to book it in with me, and that lasted about 6-8 months. It couldn't even be doing simple things like reinstalling Windows. And initially I said, look, if you do get it, I'll do it at 50% cost, so we'll share it with you, to try and help him out a little bit. And it got to a stage I just thought, well, do you know these people, if they're ringing me first and I'm quoting them, let's say £50 for a Windows reinstall, and then he's quoting them £40, and I'm only charging him 25, he's making 15 quid, and I'm actually losing 25 quid here. So it got a little bit thing like that. So I ended up saying to him, look, my price is what it is. I'm a busy fool doing yours. It's probably the same customers I'm using, and I'm actually losing money, so I'm undercutting myself. So I cut that out, and then he ended up selling, starting a kind of resale thing, selling protein powders and becoming a bodybuilder, and changed his channel to that. And that last thing I saw him selling was dodgy TV boxes and things like that. So you do get all sorts of different ones. So I've survived them all. In a nice way, in a nice way. Right, let's see if I can get my microscope working. And I bet, no, it's still not working. Still not showing, still not working. So there's no point doing that. But I can get, right, we're back on here. Back on here. I have been moving my camera. Oh, right, we have somebody at the door. Give me 2 seconds, guys.
PCDD, you little shit.
Who's a good girl? Who's that?
PCDD, you little shit.
Who's a good girl? Who's that?
Right, sorry about that. What a lovely lady. We have got, that's the Samsung with the OLED screen. Oh, she's been to PC World for a quote, £700 to replace the screen on a £958 laptop. Yes, Maddie did come in. Maddie did come in. Should we say hello? We'll say a quick hello to Maddie. I must have had my volume turned down because we didn't hear. Oh no, I've got it on mute. Got it on mute, so you can't actually do that now. We escaped that one. We did escape. One guy I watched said, "Oh, 3 or 4 saying the same with OBS issue." So Pitcom missed that one. Yeah, this honestly, I've never had a good experience with OBS at all. Never had a good experience at all with OBS. And the point to know, I mean, you look down here for the YouTube viewers, it's showing a 0. And if we look, we have 972 people watching. Well, it's got one number in anyway. If you add all that together. Anyway, where am I? Oh, we've done this one, haven't we? Done this one. What a lovely lady she was. She was just telling me about a couple of bits and bobs. Iranian lady. She was just saying about different things. She was and about her culture and whatnot. Let's have a look. Russ tried to do iShip as well. Yeah, everyone tried to get it. iShip. The mute button, the mute button mutes my audio and my speakers. I figured that one out. I figured that one out after I've been caught out so many times. Occasionally, if I take it off thingy-bob mute, certainly for telephone calls when you can hear my side, you can still play the iShip command to do that. Let me move this to one side. We've done my doorbell. Do. My doorbell is ringing. Who is this? have our screen, which looks a little bit damaged, so I'll have to open this. That should be a screen which is arrived. Arrived, not arrived. Arrived. Let's get this burnt off. This is for a HP laptop, which the customer had on his chair, and it was one of these reclining chairs. He's gone and put the chair down, left the laptop on, and it's bent the laptop screen in half. So we've had to straighten the shell and order a screen. Ooh, so that's what that is. Anyway, let me get this lovely laptop down. Let's fit this. Oh, that's the password. So that's okay. Let me stick this password on there. Right, this guy is a DJ running Windows 7 on this laptop, but he has his name and phone number all over the top shell of the laptop. So I'm going to have to cover it with some A4 paper. Oh, so get a couple of sheets of A4 out, just so we can't show all these details all over the world. Do you have GB News on in the background? I don't. PCDD repairs. Why have I done a D? Why has the D come up on my screen? Ah, no, I don't. Was that referring to something I'd said? I don't know. I don't watch GB News. I know what it is, but I don't watch it. That is strange because you hummed the outro at the same time. Did I? I don't even know what the outro is. It irritates me. What? How does the outro go? Go on, hum it for me, cows. I don't know how the outro goes. Do. No, it's Simpsons. Do you know what? Do you know what it reminds me of? Back in the day, there used to be something on TV called James Whale Radio Show, which was transmitted from Leeds. And he used to be a radio DJ. And I'm talking about when I were at school, I think it was, or after I'd left school. I can't quite remember. I think it was after I left school. And GB News just reminds me of watching that late on a Friday night at 2 o'clock in the morning or Saturday night when it were on. And it used to be on TV. And it used to just be a bit outspoken and everything else, didn't it? A bit risque. And GB News reminds me a bit of that. I think he's one of the presenters on it now, isn't he? But yeah, it does remind me of that to some degree. Let me see if I can do this. Come on. Used to tune into his show on the radio. Yeah, he used to be a radio DJ and he got his TV one, didn't he? After that. James Whale on the radio. Let me do. Look at me holding that note, cows. Oh. Whatever happened to James Whale? It's probably actually he's on GB News, isn't he? He's on GB News. Right, so we have no microscope. It's all going to pot today. Let me see if I can get that right way. Put that there and zoom right now. We're going to have to do it off overhead camera because close enough. There we go. Need to do that because it irritates you apparently. We're going to have to stab myself in the face with that. That was the postman I was talking to. He did the charity run last week with me, did Pat, and he was just asking whether I'm running tonight. So I'm going to run tonight, I think. So we're going to replace the charging port on this. So it will be stripped down. And a quick replacement with the hot air gun and a quick rebuild, and we should be good to go. That ribbon cable out. And the hinge needs replacing as well. That hinge is going to be a bit of a pain in the bark side, to say the least. Mind you, most of the news channels irritate me. Yeah, I don't tend to watch TV. On a morning, I put BBC Breakfast on. Just see what Trump's been up to generally. That's all they seem to report on. So I put BBC Breakfast on a morning. Other than that, I don't watch anything on terrestrial TV. Netflix, YouTube, and yeah, that's really it. Let's check his battery while we're at it. I'm not even going to pretend that we're going to get my multimeter on screen. We're just going to try it. Since it's hidden underneath, I might as well just see. Yeah, we've got 3.2 volts. That's a good voltage for this age of laptop. I tune into PCDD channel. You get all the latest news and current affairs with me, clearly. All the orange mad ones. I bet, do you know what? I bet there's a lot of people probably like me within the world now, which just use YouTube as the primary thing. I think it's an absolutely amazing value for YouTube Premium to show you what, so you can tune into what you want to watch. If you think about it, I'm talking UK here. Anybody of a certain age would have had 3 television channels, because Channel 4 in the UK didn't start until 1984, and the first programme on there was Countdown, hosted by Richard Whiteley, and his first words on Channel 4 were, "As one countdown finishes, another one begins." I remember watching that, and it's a quiz question, but get this cleaned off. Lovely. Yeah, beautiful. Let's see what CPU is in here. And before that, and then we had Channel 5, which would have been around 98. I think that started 99, something like that. And then we obviously went to more digital TV with Freeview. We did have Sky TV, obviously, from, I think that started in the 80s, didn't it? We had BSB, which was British Sky Broadcasting, and then that was with Squarials, if anybody remembers Squarials. We didn't have satellite dishes initially. We had something called a Squarial, which, if you can imagine a white tray, I think were they about 3 foot across or 2 foot across, I can't remember, square, and it was mounted on the side of your house or in your chimney or wherever, like an antenna would be, an aerial, but it was a Squarial, and it received the pictures. I presume did they come from satellite? Say, I don't know. But ultimately that was swallowed up by Robert Maxwell's News Corp, which is obviously Sky TV. Is it Robert Maxwell? No, is it Robert Maxwell? Can't remember. It is Robert. It died jumping off a boat. Sure, it was Robert Maxwell. I can't remember. But yeah, that's what we had, and then we obviously went to what they call Freeview, which were digital TV. I applied for the very early BBC transmissions, where they sent you a box to put on the top of your TV. You got 4 extra channels. I applied for that because I worked for Granada TV, which was it was a TV rental company. And again, most people in the UK would recognise it was part of the Granada TV group, and they used to do TV rentals and repairs and everything like that, VHS recorders and things like that back in the 80s and 90s. And I worked for them. I was a field engineer, doing TVs and satellites and things like that. Back in, when was that? Late 90s, mid to late 90s. I think that's when I first got Sky TV. Would have been about the same time, about 95, 96, I think. I got that. But yeah, that was then. And then we went to Freeview, and I applied for back in. I'm trying to think when first trial was. I bet it was about 92, 93, where BBC did a first trial. But I didn't get it mainly because it was, I think it was only off Crystal Palace, which is a transmitter in the United Kingdom around London. And it just wasn't on my transmission tower, so I couldn't get it. And then that obviously later was something which became Freeview as such, which obviously is more openly rolled out now for that, because they didn't have enough bandwidth in the signal spectrum to transmit any more analog stations, because there's obviously a wider bandwidth where digital can go on the same bandwidth, but you get a lot more data throughput, and the frequencies were slightly different as well. So I think that was one of the reasons why they went to that to do it. Probably amongst others, I don't profess to know, but that's where I understood it. I'm going to give this a quick dust. I'm not really bothered too much about this. Oh yeah, his charger is definitely. Can't use microscope on screen because OBS isn't working. Rumbelows, yeah, you remember Rumbelows? That's better. Radio rentals, yeah. I remember having a TV back in, oh God, when I was a small child, and it didn't even have a remote control. I worked remote control when I was a small child. My parents would go turn it over to BBC One or BBC Two or ITV, because they were 3 channels you had. You know, or go over and put Central on, Central TV, on which were number 3 on there. Yeah, they was the thing, and no TV until 9 o'clock on a morning. Didn't even have breakfast TV. I remember breakfast TV starting, and then they started experimenting with 24-hour TV as well. And the first 24-hour. This is another quiz question for you. Another quiz question. See if you know how to answer this. You won't know this unless you're outside UK. What was the first 24-hour program, and what channel was it on? Sorry, it was on ITV. Tell you what, it was on ITV. What was the first program to transmit or go over the 24-hour barrier? Which is, it actually was on screen for 27 hours. But what program was it? A girl hugging the teddy, yeah. Yeah, that was the test card. We used to tune into that on BBC Two because it was transmitted at certain times a day. And she never got any further than playing noughts and crosses with them, did she? And it was the granddaughter of one of the engineers at one of the places where they were doing it. She weren't declaring anything. It was just like, oh, yeah, she'll do. And they kind of got her on. But yeah, Radio Rentals had a TV from them. And Rumbelows. Obviously, there were Dixons, which later become PC World, which were Currys. There was lots, weren't there? And I bet there was a lot of independents as well. A lot of independent ones. I remember you had to put 50p in the TV meter to watch TV. Yeah. I see in the UK there is talk about changing TV license. Anyone watching GB News? Oh dear. Probably a few more people now watching GB News. Now you've said that, they will be tuning in. I do remember it were. I think we never had a paid TV. We were fortunate, but I remember going to relatives and it was 10p meter. What you used to have to put in, and I don't know. I can't remember how long you got for it, but yeah, 10p's. And if there were a big sum on, you used to have to put 2 or 3 10p's in at once, and it give you a bit more time. We had a washing machine where you used to have to put £1 in it, actually. Same premise, you put £1 in it to get a wash. And depending what wash you put it on, it'd give you a full wash or a part wash. So you used to end up not getting it spun sometimes if your pound had run out. But yeah, that were another way of doing it, weren't it? There was the Black Belt Barrister, which is a YouTube channel. He's been doing a lot of publicity about the TV license, because currently the TV license says in the United Kingdom, we're referring to, and I think we've touched on this before, if it's a live broadcast, you must have a television license. So watching Netflix, you don't need a TV license because that's all video on demand. But Amazon Prime, which now show live broadcasts, you need a TV license, or it falls under the TV license regulations. So they're trying to get YouTube in that by putting iPlayer programs onto YouTube, to say that if it's on there, you need a TV license to do it. But there's a different, the arguing point is, when does a live broadcast become a video on demand? Is it an hour? Is it a minute? Is it a day? Is it a week? So that was the thing what they can't go around, but they are trying to do it. I think it's an antiquated. I would much rather have an advertising structure, because I don't watch terrestrial TV, but I still have a TV license, because I think, because I watch BBC Breakfast probably 2-3 times a week, I need a TV license. That's it. Even though I watch it on iPlayer, I do watch it live, but through iPlayer, because I don't have an antenna in my bedroom. It's the only time I watch terrestrial TV. But even though ITV is a advertising paid service, or Sky TV, which is, and don't get a penny, you still need TV license, because it's a transmitted broadcast within the UK, and it's transmitting live TV channels, same as everything else. But yeah, they are trying to put it in place on that. But I think it'll get a bit more resistance from the Lords, because I think Lords have already argued it, haven't they? They're saying they don't want it to go through. Right, let's make sure we've got the correct one here. I can't zoom in any more than I am, because our microscope isn't working. So that looks to be the correct one. I reckon, because this is absolutely, he's dropped the laptop with the charger plugged in. That's why this is destroyed, and that's why the hinge has gone. I think best thing we can do is maybe put some heat shields over these and that plastic there, tape it around with some Kapton tape, and then heat that up and let that drop out, just so we're not going to run the risk of damaging anything or melting any plastic. Got some aluminum tape, actually. We'll use the aluminum tape rather than Kapton tape. I've started using that more often, finding it a little bit better. I think I've got a deeper one of those. Yes, that'll do. Yes. Stick that round on there like that. Better. And stick that on there like so, and hopefully we'll be able to get that off without too much drama. And a little bit more aluminum tape. Not aluminium, we've got aluminum. Be interested to see, anybody in the UK, do you think the TV license should be gone? Or should we keep it? 1 for keep, 2 for gone. That's an interesting one, isn't it? I know there's not many people watching, not all from UK. But if you want to keep it, number 1. If you don't want to keep it, number 2. I'm personally on number 2. I don't think we should keep it. I think they should abolish it. Because they make a lot of money from selling the programming across the world as well. We don't get any great subsidy from that, because it goes into a pot of money. But yeah, 2. Yeah, I think the vast majority of people would agree as well. I don't think it's that. It is an antiquated system for monetizing things that people don't really want. 40 gigabyte drive. Need to keep that, so I'm not going to destroy that one. NAS drive. I want to. Got an SSD there. Take that SSD off. Keep that SSD spare. SSD's coming out my ears. See if we can get this angled correctly for me. Yeah, that'll do. Might give me a bit more of a drop there. Get some hot air on this to go. Tweezers. If you're paying for a license, you should get adverts at very least. Yeah, I would agree. I mean, the other thing is as well, is trying some censorship by Ofcom. 2 for all taxes. Bring a bit more hot air in here. I was watching Amazon Prime the other day, and my other half said, because at her house she gets adverts on Amazon Prime. I went, no, you don't get adverts on Amazon Prime on video. She went, you do. I went, you don't. Well, it turns out, I mean, I pay for Amazon Prime annually for deliveries, but it turns out the one I'm paying for is the premium package without adverts. I didn't know they did 2 packages. But I felt a bit miffed that I just signed up for Amazon Prime annual. It's £95 a year. And in fairness, I get my money's worth, no problem at all, because I order that much from Amazon on Prime delivery. It won't make any difference. It won't make any difference whether I'm paying £200 or £100. It's still beneficial for me because I order that much. But I didn't realise there was a two-tiered structure to the cost implications on it. But I don't get adverts on there at all. I thought that was just normal for everybody, but apparently not. I'm just going to clean these and put some leaded solder, and then I can do the drop through. Yep, Amazon has stepped up adverts to another tier. Have they put a lot more on? I only watch YouTube repair videos for the last few years. Do you used to watch YouTube before YouTube videos? Before getting into tech, James? Because I was never a big consumer of YouTube videos. And all this is James's fault, I will say. Because until I met James, I never really indulged in YouTube at all. But now I feel that I couldn't. Just going to put my extractor on a little bit there because that's a bit smoky. Be breathing this in. We might end up with a little bit of noise here, but I don't want to be breathing that in. I can't put this under microscope, gents, so we are where we are. I've moved back to Amtex Flux, and it's noticeably smokier than the Nano Flux I were using. And the only reason I moved back to it is because I've got so many tubes of it. Because I bought, I don't know, a dozen tubes before I started playing around with different fluxes. Oh, they don't want to clear out. There we go. So ground holes sat around here. Last one. Yep, looks okay to me. It's a full-time job trying to keep up with everyone's videos and lives. I know. Yeah, I was watching for a while and thought I would like to learn how to do some repairs myself. I think you've come on. Considering, I know your background, but considering where you are with your diagnostic skill, James, it's amazing. Certainly superior to a lot of people, including myself. I wish I could diagnose as well as you on what you do. I do this because I enjoy what I do as well, rather than anything else. I'm just going to put a spot of solder on one of those legs, and then I'm going to just heat it and flow it down. I think that's actually in, looking at it. I think. Just give it a bit of flux. That hole there just not quite opened up. Just that top one. Give that a quick suck off. It's such a huge source of knowledge, and some under the 16s are going to struggle with their knowledge. Homework. Yeah, they are. I have such an, I won't say an argument, but it causes quite a lot of friction in our house because the daughter, like a lot of teens, wants to be on. And I think anybody with grandchildren, children, friends, relatives, whatever, with teenagers or any age really, because I think it affects a lot of different age groups differently. But the amount of time they want to spend on consuming YouTube content is crazy, absolutely crazy. I think it's far too excessive, or not so much YouTube content, social media, and they just passed a law now in the UK that there's no YouTube for under 16s, and it comes into effect next year, which I think is brilliant, because it certainly fries the brain. There's a noticeable difference in my daughter's attitude, is probably the best way of saying it, when she's been consuming an amount of social media, whether that's YouTube, Twitch, or anything else. So you can only imagine how it is affecting schooling or anything as such. I'm getting into ChatGPT a lot more. I put a couple of posts on my channel which have been done through ChatGPT, only to create the blurb as such. But yeah, I am quite impressed on how it does it. I did a birthday song for my sister because it was a birthday a couple of weeks back, and yeah, I did a birthday song for her as well. And I got ChatGPT or whatever to write it, and then I got something else to sing it and convert it into a song. And it's like, how do you do that? Well, I just used AI. Well, I didn't. I employed a singer and did it, but I think they realised I was talking Fuba. I had a customer ring me yesterday, Charles, and he was saying, I can't remember what was it now. Oh, and can you give me a quote for changing my laptop display cable? I went, what's making you think it's used laptop display cable? Bearing in mind, anybody working on laptops know they rarely go. They do go, but it's rare. It's rare. It's not like a commonplace thing. He said, well, I've been on ChatGPT and I've spent several hours. I've tried everything it says, and now it's saying that it's my display cable what's gone. I went, well, it's unlikely to be a display cable, but it's more likely to be the screen. What's going with it? He went, well, it's doing this, this, and this. I says, yeah, it's probably your screen rather than your display cable. I says, can you touch it at the bottom on the circuit board? He went, yeah, why? I went, well, just touch it at the bottom. He says it's flickering. I says, so chances are it's not your cable. It's probably something on the circuit board at the bottom of the screen. So I says, it could well need a screen. He said, no, ChatGPT's told me that. I went, okay. I said, can ChatGPT repair it? No. I went, well, that's because it's telling you what it is, but they're only as good as the information which is actually given to them to diagnose the fault. I says, and also the information coming from it is only as good as the information given. But there's a lot of assumptions when you start talking ChatGPT. And I was reading somewhere that should there be any differentiating in what you believe on ChatGPT is what you read on another forum, because I think we're all guilty of that, and I've certainly done it on channel where somebody will go, oh, it's that, try that, and you try it and it works or it don't work, but you move on to the next then. So is that any different to ChatGPT when we rely on the community, or you rely on a forum post or whoever you meet down the pub to tell you how it should be? Probably not. I spent hours chatting with it, receiving rubbish replies that made no sense. When I corrected it, I asked if it would bear it in mind in the future. It said no, as you're only one person. I am not a number. Oh dear. I just usually ask it once. Well, I don't ask it for advice on stuff like that. In fairness, I would normally look at a forum post if I needed some help, or ask a trusted source. I would email Uncle Sorin, or one of the other many creators, and ask them, which I've done on numerous occasions. But what is remarkable is, and I don't know if this is a sign of the exposure that younger people, but my daughter can spot AI photos so much quicker and easier than I can. We watched a program on it, and what the program said, it was, I know you guys can't see this, but I can. I just want to make sure I have, bugger, that's hot. Yeah, don't put your hand on the red hot thing, you donkey. There you go. That's about as good as you're going to get on a picture today from my setup. It's not the best. Yeah, she can spot, and she'll go, oh, yeah, that's AI fake. It's a fake AI, or it's that, it's that. Just 1 second. Somebody's emailed me on my business page. And they are waiting for, let me finger, waiting for a reply. How do I click on it? Wait for a reply. No, I don't want to do that. Got to change my profile to my business profile on Facebook, and then I can go into there. It's such a convoluted. Sorry, I don't sell the USB. I do install includes and along with system and Windows updates and settings. Done. Sorry, asking if I could sell him a Windows USB. No, I don't sell those. Anyway, that's about as good as we're going to get that to look on today's camera. Sorry, I had to leave to show a customer the Diggler call centre video. Oh my gosh, they loved it. I've had a couple of calls. I got one yesterday from one as well, and I weren't streaming, obviously. I was on the sofa watching TV, and I put them on speakerphone. I think we were just eating tea or something like that, or dinner, and I was winding them up as well. And I can't remember what I was winding them up about, but they ended up hanging up on me because I think they realised I was just winding them up too much. But I do intend, if I get any when I'm live on stream, is to bang them back on live on stream as well. It just depends how playful they are and how much they are gonna listen to me when I'm when I'm doing it. So that side looks fine, and that side looks pretty much okay as well. We will test that to see if it's working. I'm turning microscope. I don't need to because it's not on there. But it's fine. We've got the old one out, the new one in. Turn my no, not microscope. Soldering iron off. Let's just see if we've got any shorts and not the type that I wear in the summer to show off my gorgeous tanned legs. Got a machine that goes beep, 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 beep. We have continuity. Yep. 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 Done. Sorted. Crack trace on that board. Where? Did you spot that? Which side of the board, Nick? You spot a crack trace on there. There's a find my brush. Why is it? I've got about 90 brushes. I can never find one. By the power connector. Can't see anything on that side. Maybe not from this view. All right, let me just give it a clean then. Let me see, Nick. I didn't spot it myself, but quite often, for whatever reason, I think YouTube can see things a bit better than I can. I can't see any cracks on there. Certainly not on the. It was that muck. Yeah, I did see that muck, and I thought that actually when you said it, that wondering whether it was just that muck. Clean this side off as well. And one of our little wipes, tissues. Yeah, everything looks erkily-derkly from there. They're not the best joints, but they're jointed and they are connected. So, yeah, does the job, doesn't it? Does the job. I'll rebuild this. We're going to put a bit of fresh thermal goop on his, whatchamacallit. Let's give that a quick brush. I've got to do the hinge repair on this one after this as well. To give you an idea on the age, this is PC3 10600. I don't even know what CPU it is. It is an no idea. It's an old system. He used it for his music. He's a DJ. Hey, DJ. Some test thermal paste on it. Lovely, lovely cruddy stuff on there. That's scraped off. Yeah. Nice and clean. It's clean. It's clean. That is the correct orientation. It's just foam. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4's all the way down, number 3, number 2, and number 1. Done. Feel like I have been, like a chicken. Screw the establishment. Screw the fans back on. Fan, no, it's a fan screw. Slightly different. 1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4. They're making a, or they've made, don't know when it comes out, a new He-Man film. I remember the one in the 90s or wherever with Dolph Lundgren, which were pretty terrible. But they're making, or they've made a new He-Man film. If you don't know what He-Man is, it's a cartoon from the 80s. Be keen to watch that because certainly it's probably either going to be brilliant or absolutely terrible. But a bit of nostalgia there. I mean, it was after my probably cartoon watching. Or majority of the cartoons I watched, it was probably after that because I was a bit old for it. But it was probably on borderline. Let me grab my telephone. Oh, PC repairs. How can I help? Okay. I don't do anything with printers at all. Sorry about that. Bye bye. Somebody wanting their printer connected to the computer. Don't know that. That's a 2000 Pentium. Is that what it is? 2.1. Yeah, this is going to be a bit different to conventional hinge repairs, this one, James, because this is a base hinge repair, not a screen side repair. So this is a keyboard side repair. So these are considerably different to the ones what I have done on stream before. So yeah, my work laptop been playing up. When I checked the thermal paste, it was like rock hard. Quick clean and repaste, and now all is good. Oh, excelente. Surprising. I normally say to people every 2 years for a thermal service. If they're a gamer, probably every year to 18 months, or if they smoke or vape or anything. He's certainly had his value. I don't even think he bought this new, Sharky. I don't even think he bought this new. I think he bought this used. I've not even done, and I'm not even gonna do a crystal disc test on it because I don't think it'll be any benefit at all. Let's just see if this charging port is working. Will we be able to get? I don't know. Power supply kicked up. Minimize that. Power. We wait. OBS is going at the moment. Probably not even going to get a power supply on screen. When I first started, I had a little webcam pointing at me, power supply. That never went wrong. Never went wrong. Oh, look at it. We've got a little tiny one. I got a tiny one. Why are you so small? Why are you so small? I don't know, but you are so small. We'll leave that on there and do... I've lost all my names. Brilliant. At least it's working. Let me just turn current down. Right, 19.5 at 5 amps. That'll do me. And we need... Don't need that. We need an Acer. Now let's plug these in. Not that one. Is this going to be yellow one? Which? Is it the yellow Acer? I believe it might be. No. Might be black Acer then. Ah, that's power cord I was looking for. None of them. Should really sort my little box of connectors out. Not that one. That's blue. And blue, bada bee, bada bye, bada bee, bada bye, bada bee, bada bye. I have a blue house with a blue window. Can you get a copyright strike on YouTube singing? Oh, you're going to tell me I ain't got a connector for this. You're going to tell me I ain't got a connector for this laptop. You are. You're going to tell me I ain't got a connector for this laptop. Why would I not have a connector for this laptop? That's darn annoying. Ah, there we go. Oh, that'll be why. It's a centre pin one. It's that yellow. There you go. I'm a donkey. Donkey. There we go. Let's see if we've got any power. We need to start it, don't we? So we need a keyboard in. Now, from memory, one of these yellow ones is broken. Or is it one of the other yellow ones which is broken? Could be one of the other yellow ones. Yeah, I think it's that type which is broken. So that shite. That type should work. Crikey. Can't even talk today. I need to get these teeth back to dog. I'll bedded them in. And then we'll do the hinge repair. Where's the power button on here? That is the power button. No. That power button. Power button's under there. It goes to that subboard. Goes to there. Yeah? Really? So we'll see if we get any power. Yeah. It's coming on. We can see we've got a current draw. So at least we know power adapter's working. Get that back out. Get that back out. Put that to one side. So this is going to be a more challenging thing because there's more bits to this now. So you will have seen I've done hinge repairs on screens lots of times, and they're relatively straightforward and simple to do. The downside is on these, I mean, I've got a piece of metal here. I ain't got a clue where that piece of metal actually sits or fits or does anything else. Does that kind of go on there, do we think? it go on there? Yes. Wonderful. Oh, so that goes on there. So I'm thinking... I have a Pelion G6 here. I had 6 gigabytes of RAM, mechanical hard drive, changed it to 16 gigabyte of RAM and SSD hard drive. Still too slow to be useful. Yeah. Even with SSD, it's too slow. Yeah, it just lacks its amount of cores, won't it? What is it, a dual core processor or something like that? I've still got that CPU here for you as well, Cows, when you want it. 5700G. So let me grab my telephone now. PC repairs, how can I help? I don't touch printers at all now, sorry. No. Cheers then. I don't know. Generally, they're not cost effective to repair because a new printer is about £40 to £50, so they're not usually cost effective to repair. Ah, right. Yeah, in the local area, I am not familiar with anybody, unfortunately, now. Oh, is it still working? Okay, believe it or not, I'm just doing another one at the moment. Exactly the same problem. But it's, yeah, glad it's still working for her. Cheers then, bye now. Oh, somebody's wanting another printer repair. And I went, no, they're usually not cost effective repair. He says, no, £1,000 this printer. I went, oh, right, okay. And he went, oh, by the way, my daughter's laptop's still working for when you bolt the screen together for her. I said, strangely enough, I'm just doing another one now. Yep, I'll be sending details, thanks. Was waiting till we got back from hold. Ah, right, yeah, no problem. It's sat here anyway. It's not going anywhere. I put it to one side. This is just going to be a bit of a thinking one for me to... Because, like, a lot of things when you're repairing, that's so tight. That one's come out, so we'll be trying to put that back in. This one's all disintegrated as well. So your screws should be these gold things that where screws from hinges, which is sat here, would go into. So that one's going to be used by that hole there, and then these two have obviously come out, which are those two there from when he's dropped it. You can't simply put these back in because the plastic, as you can see, it's all disintegrated around there, so it's not going to hold the thing. So the choice we've got is to see if we can find any longer screws, mount these further down, reinforce that, and put these a bit further down with some heat, melt them back in longer screws. So I think that might be his first port of call. JB Wolf for the win. I've tried it all, Nick. I've tried all sorts over the time. And you can't beat the mechanical bond of screws and everything else. The downside of doing it on this side of the laptop is you're coming through. I don't really want to put anything coming through the other side of the laptop because I always think it's a bit uglier. Plus we've got some of the depth here, so there's a possibility. And it will just be a case of they're all a little bit different. We can put the gold stud in and melt that down and actually just recess it a bit lower down and put a slightly longer screw in. So that might be an option. Because if we can get one grip in really well, we can get the bottom one grip in there rather than the top. This one might just act as a locating one because I think that is cracked here, and then there. That one's pretty much okay. So that one's not going to go anywhere. So I think I'll have a go at that, and then I would say that sits on there like that. So that might be just a bit more of an extra support. So that might have to stay on, but it might not give us the same type of... Yeah, good luck finding a chassis for this age of computer. That's the problem, isn't it? Do you know what I'm going to use? I'm going to use the new soldering iron that I bought for doing these. not specifically this, but it's that type of job. So we'll use our new iron. This is all covered in the review video of this little soldering iron. I'll set it to 420 and we will see where we go. So I'm going to put a couple of those in there, and then I'll have a look and see if I've got any longer screws to put in that. Let that warm up to 160 degrees on there. Let that warm up. Yeah, I've also tried other things like, you know, the cotton wool and super glue, the baking powder and super glue. I did an experiment on my bench with before I was streaming to see which one, and I used cotton wool, talcum powder, cement dust, sand, cotton wool, I think I've said, and I used something else as well, plaster of Paris, because I saw that on somewhere. That was terrible. That cotton wool does set okay, but you've got to keep on condensing it down. So it was better when you could condense it down into a hole with super glue. But none of them really worked long term. That was the entire issue, and they were all a bit brittle for that. And they don't give you the flexibility like plastic would to do that. So I'm going to put these in upside down so we can see. I'm going to try and locate that in there with a pair of tweezers. And the premise is that when you put this in, can't really focus, but the gold thing has like splines on it, and that'll grip the plastic, and then the screw goes in from the right hand side to the left. They normally go in that way. So let's put this soldering iron back down. Again, I'm struggling because I ain't got it. They would normally go in this side to the top and that side to the bottom. I'm putting it upside down, so we've got a little bit longer travel for that because we're recessing it. So that's at the bottom and the other side's at the top. Shouldn't make much difference for me, but we will see how we can get it to go. I will probably fill these gaps around it with hot glue, Nick, on that one. It's the flexibility which I find it a struggle with in the past to try and do that. Just going to get that one slightly lined up and in. Right, those two are in. They are certainly that inner one's a lot lower than it should be, or one I'd like it to be compared to where it was originally. But we needed it to get to. If we give it a slight rock as we're putting it in, I find it goes a little bit better. I'm just going to stroke that and tease that a little bit into the right area. They look pretty. That one's a little bit lopsided, so we'll just put a bit of heat on there. I don't think either's going to hold, if I'm being truthful, because turn the soldering iron off. Yep, that's now off. That is what I bought that for £6 or whatever it was. Let's stick this down because this is going to work as a guide plate anyway. So that would go under there like so. And yeah. That one needs pulling back a bit. Just get this heated up. I'm just going to move this one further back because it's not quite lined up to where I need it to go. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use the loose plate as a guide. That's a good call on that one. I think I need to take this one out because I think it's filled up with... Take that one back out because it's filled up with plastic at the bottom. These are the ones I enjoy more, you know, because you've actually got to think about what you're doing rather than just kind of going in a bit blind or a bit normal routine of same old, thinking your way around a problem. Yeah, it is hot. It's all bunged up. Let me see if I've got a spare. I should have plenty of those. Oh, then it'll be finding longer screws. Yeah, the hinges I just find, because the plastic has a lot of flex, you can't put any really hard adhesive on, which gives you no flex. But the problem is some of the softer flexible adhesives have not the gripping power and the rigidity, and I found it really difficult. I've even heated, I had an old laptop chassis, so I shaved in a cheese grater sort of concept. It were a rasp file for woodworking. I shaved an old chassis and melted it on a hot plate until it were kind of like toffee, and dripped that around it to give it quite a bit more strength around the... One second, just need to get that off. Around the actual locating lugs. And I tried that, but it must be something to do with how plastic's cured or something like that. I'm not that good, but again, that was pretty fragile, but as fragile as my vocabulary today. And I've tried different plastics. I tried melting some of the screws that I use and softening those and doing that. So I have tried a few different things over time. But with the amount of tension you need on them, and not all hinges can be unscrewed as well, so you can't always loosen the brackets. That was some of the best stuff which I've used, which is the CPU mounts, but it just doesn't seem to melt that well. Some melt better than others. That's a clean one, that's a clean one, that's a dirty one. So let's try, that was a slightly bigger hole, which I think might be useful. Yep, don't doubt it, was just curious, yeah. Yeah, I've tried, as I say, I have tried numerous things, and I wouldn't diss anybody for a suggestion, because, do you know, if somebody can say, like, I've been using them plastic things for years because that's what worked for me, and it were only until I think with Justin, I saw in his video using the other ones, which seemed to be better. The Chicago screws, which is what I bought now. So this is a slightly bigger. Just see if that's lined up. You know, for what I charge for this and time it takes, crazy, isn't it? Need moving across slightly. Okay. Looking promising. That's sat there a tickle. See where we are with that. It's coming right, very slightly. So when you do all this, and it's as soon as you put a screw in, it moves. You checked that anyway. Oh wait, try loosening the hinge, folding tension. Yeah, this hasn't got a bolt on it, Nick, so I can't. If you look at the hinge, it's compression, so there's no way of loosening it. There might be something under the other end which might loosen the compression a little bit. So I'll have a look under there just to see if it will. But I have noticed there are several on the market now which don't have nuts on, so you can't loosen the compression on some of them. So we're going to drip some molten glue down there and then stick that over, and hopefully now that's aligned, and it's looking like it is very much aligned. I'm going to hold that in place and heat that up so it aligns properly. Because there's a plastic peg there, and I want the plastic peg to align correctly as well, and it's now aligning correctly. So we'll drip some molten glue into these holes here, and I'm not too sure whether they'll hold properly, but with some molten glue there we can then press that down. The molten glue might come out of this top hole, which will be brilliant if it does, because we can then shave that off, and then that'll hold it from rotating left and right. And hey, we can only try as best to see what we can do on here. Attach the loose plate to the chassis, then use the iron to position the brass screw holes. I can't actually get through, Nick, I don't think. That was that's because I did think of that. And I can't actually get because there's now a gap, because they would have been, try and hold it there, see if I can show you, because can you see now, because I've had to put them a lot lower down than where they were, they're not actually coming up to the metal plate. So the metal plate where they would have come flush now aren't. So that's the problem, because the plastic had broken off, because we've got the plastic kicking around the place. So these now are considerably low, so I'm going to have to find longer screws anyway, and maybe even trim a couple of screws down if I can find the right thread, or do whatever, because I have got longer screws. It's just whether they're going to be too long or the right thread and size anyway. So that's why I'm thinking if I can hold that in, put some molten glue down there, let that solidify a little bit, put this on, put some screws in to stop anything getting into the threads, and then putting a bit more molten glue around it, and it can all then act as one component. Hoping it'll do that anyway. Let's get me molten glue stick. I've got 2 hardnesses of this glue, that's the better one. Some fire. I like to put this on as it's still burning, because I find it bonds really well if it's still burning, because it actually kind of melts into plastic a lot more. You know, as gravity takes its toll. Let me get me air. You have to put up with that noise. I've got my air blower going. Put that down as one locating one, and then get another 2 in just to stop any glory going into the hole. Don't think that'll reach. So I need a longer screw. I think too considerably longer. Aha, we have one there. The nope, wrong thread. Might struggle with getting the right screw thread here. I have a vast selection of screws, so ooh, that looks perfect, and that's longer. Yes. Yeah. So if we can now locate that down, if I can get some glue through. Turn that off a second. I know these screws are massively sticking out, but if I can get, now they're locating it, hold it in place. If I can get some glue underneath here to hold underneath there, and then let it set and take that screw out, and same in that gap under there, that's going to be the locating plate down, and it should bond from the back and the front, and we should, probably about best if we're going to make that. Poor Fred. It is, poor Fred. Oh, dog's whining. If this was the screen side, it would be so much easier. As we've seen, it's just because it's keyboard side. Bit of heat on there just to help it go where it needs to go. And just cool that down a little. The air actually helps to blow it into place it needs to go as well. If all that gets too cold, we'll just put a bit more molten stuff on. Drip it in the same place. Blow it through. Oh. Right, that's it for hot glue. Then it's stuck to me bench. Move that out of the way while that's drying. Oh, I need a better screw than I've currently got. I need a slightly longer one than I currently dug out. That's the wrong thread, but that might do the other one. So I need a smaller thread, but a longer screw. That might do it. No, that's that one. I think I'm going to struggle with that other hole because it is a quite a thin thread. That's the correct thread, but I think it's, oh, that might do it. Yes, I think that's the perfect one. Try against the original. Just might need to cut it down. Yes, that's it. Just need to snip that down. Might need to snip it down and file it away. Right, let me put some of these screws away. What we don't need. My desk just is not big enough. Got a foot there for a laptop. Oh, we have somebody pulling up outside. Don't know who this is. Am I expecting anyone? Don't know whether I am. Somebody pulling up. Dog says there's somebody at the door. Come on, Dirk, get the door. 2 ticks and I will grab the door. Not sure who this is, but it is somebody. Somebody at the door. 1 minute. Oh, sorry guys. Right, that was a customer who we fitted a 5070 into his system, and then he left the 3070 Ti Founders Edition with me, and then a customer had it fitted in their computer last week, and he'd just been to pick his money up from that. So that's what he was doing. I wasn't expecting, but he did say he would call in on the off chance when he was passing. So yes. Anyway, it's give the chance for the glue to dry. Right, so see if we can find one of my... Got all these razor blades, but can never find one to use. Typically, isn't it? There's one there. So we can just slice that down a little bit without cutting my little fingers off, because that's never a good idea. What I will do is leave a little bit of glue on, because the idea is when I screw the actual hinge plate down to there, I'll then heat that up, and then it'll all help. The glue will then act as a bond as well, because it'll obviously glue both plates together and it'll come through, and yeah, hopefully they'll all get to know each other. Really nice, really pleasant, and it'll be all good fun at the fair. That out carefully. That was not playing ball. A little bit of upward pressure whilst I unscrew. Done. Gosh, that's so hard and stiff. As they're unsaid to the vicar. There we go. Right, so we've got that in there. See if that's the right... Was that the thread I just took out? I believe it is. So hopefully that one will screw in there. Not too tight, because I don't want to rip it out. And I'm hoping this one is long enough for that hole. And it's not. So that one can come back out, because that one's a bit further down than the other one. But I do think that that is too long. So let's see if I can cut that off with my flush cutters and take my eye out. Oh gosh, that's a bit tight. Pliers. I don't really like using these, so hard and stiff. That's what she said. Right, that is just gripping on here. So the thought process is we've got now 2 mechanical bonds there. We've got an extra one. Oh, you donkey. You donkey. Why didn't somebody remind me that I'd forgot to take that screw out of that hole? So now we've cleaned those holes out and proved that it works, we can then reassemble it all fully. I've got to put that one in. Hey dear. That'll do, donkey. That'll do. Oh. Left that screw in there, didn't I? That one down and out. Oh, so. That's better. Get that one in first. Located. It was that one next, was it? Yep, that one was next. Not overly tight. And where's the one I cut down? Cut this one down. So we've got 3 on there. So we'll put a bit of heat on there. That'll help melt the glue round there. and hopefully give it all a better mechanical bond. So just enough to warm that bracket up and get it to talk to each other nicely. I don't want to put too much heat into it. Right. I think that's enough. That's going to help it stick and bond. So we'll just give that a couple of minutes to rest down and cool off. Yeah, I've got some WD. I'm gonna just put a little bit on my tweezers and drip it down each side to see if I can do it to clean that off. Exactly. Great minds think alike, Nick. Great minds think alike. So I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure how I've come up with that solution. It's not the neatest, but they're never going to be, because it's a bodge repair. But at least we've got a couple of screws in, and we've got some glue, and we've got the original third screw in there. So it's certainly going to be better than it was. We can't obviously get a what do they call it? Chassis. That's the word I'm looking for. Can't get one of them. I have. If that'll do that better if I pick some up on there. Yeah, that's probably going to be the best way forward, and then at least I can get it into my Crocs. I don't want this getting into the screen area. It is a very much targeted area I'm putting this in, so I'm trying to go for the actual crack and crevice itself, and that's why they call me Dirt Diggler. Without being too much on. I'm not taking the screen off to have a look under there, because the screen's actually screwed down. So hopefully when rest at circuit board is in and the other screws, that should be a hell of a lot better. Straight in the bin. Yeah, I can't say how long that will last. It's not one of the most sturdy repairs, but it's what it is with a when you're looking at a repair on this side of the board. So get some of these cables connected, and then we can build it, test it with bottom chassis, because bottom chassis will offer a bit of rigidity. It's not rigidity word I'm looking for. Sturdiness. Sturdiness is the word I'm looking for. Right, screws. It's not right screw. There and there. And we should have a third one sat up there. Hope they appreciate the fixing their £50 laptop. I know, that's the crazy thing, isn't it? I could have probably done another four jobs each time it takes me this and earned £200 as opposed to doing a £30 repair on a hinge. It's but hey, we all know, don't we, Sharky, that customers are always grateful. Oh right, sorry. I've got a Twitch chat. I didn't see that one pop up, so do apologise, whoever that was. My kind sir, I have some questions about my PC. All right, Dignitos, no, Dignit Toast, or whatever your thing is. Yeah, you can ask your question. Sorry about missing that. I probably didn't see it. But you can ask if you are still in Twitch chat on there. I thought I'd won some money on scratch card the other day, and I thought I'd won 30 quid. I'm like, 30 quid? I'd never win out on scratch cards, odd pound and whatnot. Never win anything. I'm thinking, so I told my daughter, told my other half, told all me, I won 30 quid on scratch card. Can't believe, all right, that's good. And I was probably more excited than anything else. Took it to the shop. Guess what? I'd not won 30 quid. I'd misread instructions. I'd not won anything. And I'm arguing with a woman at the shop, like, no, there it is, I've won it. She went, no, you need 2 of them. I went, oh, right, I need 2 of them. Didn't realise that. I didn't read instructions. Felt a bit of a planking end that I'd not read it properly. But yeah, it's what it is. So hence why I'm still working for a living. Didn't let it change me. Still working for a living. Still not. It's never going to be amazing. Never going to be amazing. There. Let's get back cover clipped on. There is one more screw going in there, which will offer a little bit more. Gina G, a little bit more. That believes all these screws. We have lots of. Can I remember where all these screws go? Can I, El? Because it's like 2 weeks since I started doing this. But I would imagine that is probably one in there. Imagine big beefy, but these are huge screws for laptops. Like wood screws. I've put IKEA furniture together with smaller screws than this, I tell you. Yeah, football's on tonight. That's where I started the conversation earlier. So I'm not a football fan, but anybody watching football tonight, what's the outcome, do you reckon? Are England going to win? I couldn't even tell you a player in England squad. Well, I probably could if I guessed. Does Jack Grealish still play? What about who was that striker? Harry Keane. Is it James Hart, the goalkeeper? I'm not into football at all. I don't do football. And then we'll have David Beckham. He'll be on wing, I would imagine. Do they still have wingers? And Rio Ferdinand. Does he still play? Paul Scholes. Alan Shearer. And oh no, Alan Shearer didn't play. Somebody just sent me a message. Let me reply to this. I have found you on Google. Oh crikey, my OnlyFans page or my business page? Oh no, me business page. I found you on Google. Somebody else inquired about printers. That's 3 people that has rung me about printers. Um, sorry, I don't. Right. Hard drive. Hard drive. We've got a mechanical spinny hard drive. So what we got in here? We have a 750 gigabytes. Let me send a thumbs up, because you don't send a thumbs up on a business account. It says you've not responded, and then you get scored down. We've got a 750 gigabyte SATA 3 gigabyte drive. Wow. I think he probably bought this off Noah once he'd finished with it, and it's not water damage, so we're good with that. So yeah, I had somebody ring me up yesterday, reference their computer, and basically it had BitLocker enabled, and he wanted me to hack BitLocker. I went, I can't hack BitLocker. I'm ever so sorry, I can't do it. It's not allowed to do it. It's illegal, sort of thing, to hack encryption or whatever, I don't know, but I couldn't do it anyway. He went, no, you can, I want you to do it. I went, no, I can't do it. Basically, I won't say what he said, but he suggested that I go off and reproduce myself, and that I'm an idiot, which I probably concur, I am. We have a hard drive in there, but I thought that's nice from him, really, isn't it? But it makes you wonder why somebody's so desperate to get BitLocker past, and he hasn't got a BitLocker thing. And I said, well, can you do it through your business? Can you just get the thing back? No, it's a business account where I used to work. Okay, well, can you contact them for it then, if it's got your personal stuff on? So I got the impression that it was because he didn't own the laptop, or kept the laptop after he left, or I don't know. I did then suggest that I can get the computer back up and running, and I know there's the Yellowfin. I've got a copy of that as well. I have tried that Yellowfin exploit on my personal one, and it doesn't. It didn't bypass it. Couldn't get it to operate. Got it to recognise the USB. Couldn't get it to bypass the BitLocker, which was a bit strange. Followed all the instructions as it should, but just didn't want to play. There's one more which goes in that little hole there. We need that in there to hold the bottom cover on. Done. And then we need some little silver ones. Why don't I put silver ones in here? Let's put silver ones in a black case. Why do they do that? Everything else is black, but we'll put two little silver ones in there. I suppose just so you can see them, and you've got to miss them two little silver ones there. Shows the reason why. All the screws are in. Gordon Banks in goal, yeah. 1960. Were he 1966 goalkeeper, Gordon Banks? So much of an idiot that even he couldn't do it. Yeah, that's. I put the phone down afterwards, and I actually said to the person I went, was it me, or was it them just trying to force me into doing it? And then when I told him what was wrong, a bit like the ChatGPT guy, didn't want to believe that it was me all the way along. Right, let's have a look, see if we've got any current draw. So, yeah, we've got battery charge, 1 point whatever up here. So it's obviously drinking some in the battery, but let's try and turn it on. We've got nice voltage for that. We have picture. We've got a hinge that's working. The hinges are extremely, I mean, look at the play on the hinges already. That's both sides. That's just not one side. That's just from resting to next tension point. We've got at top of the thing probably 1.5 inches worth of thing. Now this did take a while. His mouse pad is broken anyway, so that was broken when it came, so I'm not going to do much about that. He's not asked me to do that. He's asked me to do the hinge and the DC port. Well, it was originally the DC port until I told him that it broke his hinge on the same side. So at least that's done. I don't think he can pick it up until Friday because I think he said it was payday Friday. So as soon as this turns on, and we are still waiting on the Windows logo to disappear, we'll get this one put to one side. And we'll call this fixed. And it is a Pentium, I think. Oh, no, 2 amps, screen's gone black. Please continue to load. Please continue to load. Still pulling 2 amps. Yep, it's come back up. Woohoo! Oh, we've got a mouse cursor. Can't show you this because I don't know what stage it's going to come up with any personal information or anything like that. Nice to see that he's trying to keep the little protective, whatchamacallit, on here. Wow. Did we hear that sound? Windows 7 Home Premium. We have life! The flex on that screen is wonderful. Oh, mouse button's actually still working. Wonderful. And obviously sound works and screen works. We got a, I don't know if that's, I don't think that is a pressure mark. I'm going to say there's a pressure mark on the screen there, but I don't think it is. I think it's just part of the, maybe the desktop background. Or it could be a pressure mark, I don't know. Don't know. But either way, either way, it's what it is. And we are shutting down. Come on. And this one is done. We're going to get onto the jukebox next. Don't know what's up with that. That's black screen. Don't turn on, he says. Touch screen stopped working, then screen stopped working. So I'm thinking it might be a screen, but I don't know. It did say sometimes mouse cursor shows up but screen's blank, so it could just be a software issue. Really don't know. And then we've got the screen to fit in the laptop, which was trapped in the electric chair. And after that, we have the two which come in this morning. We've got the OLED screen, which yeah. So we'll get this closed and we'll just text him and say it's all done. Let me just text him. And his number is starting in that. When did I text him? I think it was last week to say Oakley. Right. Wait 1 second, let me text him. Done. That's him text and ready. Let me put his name in there. Can't forget whose laptop it is because he's got his name plastered all over the top. Oh, that's that one done. Easiest £500 I've ever earned. Oh dear me. Put that back in there. Just have a quick tidy. Do like that little solder down. Check out my VOD when it comes live for the full review on there, because it's got some good points, it's got some bad points. It is a cartridge style as well, so you can still change. I do cover this on the thing. So it does take standard cartridges. I don't have any that size because it is the smallest ones. But yeah, I'm only using it for melting plastic, as I have shown. But £6, I think it was. It's depending what you use it for, I would say it's okay. But it's all covered in the video. Have a look at the VOD when it becomes live. These have all fallen out of the box of delights. My screw box, don't need that, that can go in the bin. That's the old... Yeah. All right, let's have a look at this jukebox. Jupe. We have. Oh. Oh no, I've just unplugged then. What the? What the? Oh dear. I was just trying to figure out what I'd unplug then, because there is a there is an extra USB cable attached to the side of the you see it? Oh, yeah. Oh dear me. Got an extra USB cable attached here, which is obviously for the RGB strip light, which is the colourful one round here, running on a RGB with a little remote IR sensor. So that must be RGBable. Oh. And we have a big metal foot with no £350, I think customer said he'd paid for this. So yeah, interesting. Interesting. Oh, it says it boots up to Windows, but didn't know what version of Windows it was. So we have customer power supply. Ooh, ooh, that would be my mouse I've just dropped on the floor. Oh, Dead or Alive Technology, good afternoon. Welcome, welcome. Happy Wednesday. Happy midweek. There's a safety related plug on here for electrical safety. I'm just looking pat testing, but there's no company on it. It was tested in April 22. Is this? I've worked on a couple of jukeboxes in the past, and they're all generally PCs inside, with different varying levels of sophistication. I've knocked all my soldering tips out of my little metal stand. Put more back in. I can tell it's getting to this time of year, you know, where schools are breaking up, because I must have had. Oh, what rattling in there? I must have had over the last week 20 phone calls from local schools and whatnot asking if I'll take a what? Take an apprentice on. This, you see, gap down there. I think this has been butchered together, because this should have, I would imagine, some type of protective screen on, which would fit in here, and obviously it's been that put together. They must have smashed the protective screen, put a different screen in it, which obviously works, but don't fit the frame correctly. This is, and we've got a silver piece of like car trim stuck to the front, covering something here. This silver piece of car trim. We've got the webcam stuck in with sticky tape. So Windows Home 7. If anybody's interested in the model of this before we get into trying to have a look at what's what with it. We are on an MSI, and it's the MS AC7C, so Alpha Charlie 7C. This machine has got to be a few years old. So let's have a look. MSI AC7. Wait there. No, AC7. Where's another model number there? That's C. I found it. Wow. That's a motherboard. We've got the manual. Don't know, I can only find manuals for it. I would imagine it's probably from circa 2010 to 2013, I would imagine. At least it's not got any TV tuner, which some of them these have. Let's use it as a TV as well as that. Or never ever used. And they can play solitaire again. They could wedge a door open with it again as well. Schrodinger's cat. It could well. Does it work? Doesn't it work? Does it work? Doesn't it? Well, it works until you open it. Let's just check voltage on its power supply. I don't think it's this, but we will just check it's this because he did say it was coming on because he can hear music playing in the background because it's a jukebox. Yeah, we've got 19 volts on his adapter. So let's sling his adapter in. I really don't want to be going anywhere near his live electrics on his RGB, which are sat around, but we will be amazed in the wonder of how this looks and his live electrics. I'm going to struggle to get this in shot. Ooh. Must be that side because it's not that side. All right, I've only shot 3. There we go. It's hiding. Let's stick his RGB lights in, just so we can see what that wondrous RGB. Oh, look at that! Let me turn lights off. You're gonna revel in this. Look at this. Oh, wait there. It's like being at Roxy. Woohoo! Come on! Wow. Epilepsy warning, flashing lights incoming. We will we'll turn that off. We'll unplug them. The yeah. Oh. It is really distracting. I mean, it's such a quality piece of merchandise as well. Where's on and off button gone? Can't even find an on and off button. I'm going to unplug his USB completely. See if we can find a on and off button. Oh, it is. It's here on the side. There we go. Now we've got a fan spin. Lovely. Did we see that? Hello, Vexilon. Good afternoon. Good day. Hello, morning, evening, welcome, good night, wherever you are based in the world. Did we see what that did when it came on? That is lovely. Oh, let's lay this back down. So we get a bit. Oh, flash dance. I need to copyright that. How do I turn it off? Sorry, I had to mute that gentleman because it was obviously copyrighted music, and that bass kicked in and beat dropped, and I was giving it some large big box. Little, we can do subscriber dance. We haven't done subscriber dance for ages. We only do a subscriber dance when somebody subscribes, in fairness. So I'm not going to do the subscriber dance because nobody subscribed. But we haven't done subscriber dance for a long time. Just imagine James doing subscriber dance. 10,000 subscribers he's got. Oh, 10,000 subscribers. I wanted a piece of his cake as well. Oh, he had a lovely, lovely Black Forest cat. Right, we're going to try and start this. Do you know what remarkable is? How quick that actually started. All right, let's have a look at the screen again. If I can't figure out how to turn music down, I am going to have to put you on mute whilst I figure out how to turn the music down because it will copyright me. Let's use the USB port for what it's designed for, which is a mouse and not one of those RGB lights, which are a little bit dangerous. Ooh. Right, we've got Windows booted. Whoa, mute. You are on mute for a reason, guys. Right, sorry guys. Music instantly plays and it's obviously copyrightable. So we do have an HDMI out. So what I am going to try and do is turn it on and then stop raving and put OBS to there. And see if we can boot it to a external display. But what this has had done inside of it is anyone's guess because clearly it's not standard. So we'll turn it back on. I can't show you HDMI. Stupid OBS. Because OBS ain't working. So I'll get a picture on mine. You won't get a picture on yours. So keep an eye out on that monitor there. It's about the best I'm going to get this. Can you see that? That looks impressive. Let me pull this monitor out a little. It's about best I'm going to get this because OBS is being a pain in the bark side for me. So at this point, music would be playing. Right, mute.
Oi, you!
Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to find the mute button on here and I can't find it at all. Sorry, didn't realise I was still muted. Yeah, so I haven't got a audio control on Windows on the PC. Sorry for muting. And music just automatically plays, so I'll get copyrighted. So I even tried putting headphones in the PC itself, thinking that'd mute it. Didn't. So it's coming out my monitor because obviously the monitor on here didn't work. So then I was trying to find volume control on my monitor to turn it down, but it's MSI. They hide it in 16 things deep. I can't. That's the problem, Ankia. That's what I tried to do straight away. I tried headphones in computer. That didn't work. That's why I got headphones out. I tried the headphones in computer. Didn't work. I haven't got an headphone jack on the my monitor, so that I couldn't plug them in there. I thought that might mute it. I then went to here, and this is about best picture I'm going to get because OBS is just being an absolute but if I do get the mouse right, so if I go to start menu, I'm going to zoom out a little bit so you can see the issues I've got, and this is all down to OBS, so it's not anything other. I can't put it on a big screen. That's about the best angle I'm going to get. And zoom out a little. Zoom in. Right. So if I go to settings here, it launches settings. I can see it at the bottom of the taskbar. but it won't bring it. We have the jukebox software there. I cannot even close the jukebox software, so no idea how they bring this up. Task manager and shut down whatever's playing. Tried it. Right click task manager, won't bring it up on screen. Control Alt and delete gets rid of the screen completely. So I cannot launch. I can launch programs. They're there. They're now running. So you can see the tab at the bottom left-hand corner is there, but it's just and settings is running as well, and task manager is running. It's not letting me do it. So they've locked out basically. I would imagine. Right, I've just signed out. Right, it's not actually bringing me to any logon screen. The screen stays black when you go to a logon screen. Oh, let's go to safe mode and see if we can get into safe mode. Yeah, so near and yet so far. Windows R. I don't think that'll work, James, but we'll give that a shot now. Windows R is not working either. It's just sitting everything in the background. I'll tell you why. Bet there's two monitors on it. I bet all that's on other screen, what I can't see. No, I think because I've plugged this in, it's automatically defaulted to a second screen. Is there a keyboard press to get it to single screen, so it just duplicates screen rather than, you know, mirroring screen rather than extending screen? Windows P, then do single monitor. But problem is it's appearing on that screen, what doesn't work. Yeah, that screen's blank. So it's doing this as primary screen, and it's doing me one over here as secondary screen. So every time I go to a system thing like Task Manager, it'll be appearing on here. So if I do Windows P, that screen's gone empty. James, you're a star. Duplicate these displays. That's the one I want. Look at that. James is amazing. Yes, keep changes. James, you're amazing. Wonderful. Thank you. Whew. Right. Wow. We have got Silverline thing. That is why I couldn't get to volume. So we'll turn that down now. Don't know how we run this thing. So it looks like a nice... Zoom in a little bit more. Looks like a nice interface, in fairness. Any requests? H. Let's do Oasis. I know Oasis's songs. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh yeah, it puts it up here. You know, it's nice software. This. They do a kiosk mode video screen. I can have virtualization, karaoke prompt. I'm not going to mess with this too much because I don't want to mess with customer settings, but Jukebox software is called, it's an unlicensed copy, but it's called Silverline Duke. I know it's sideways, but that's basically the software that they are operating. Version 16.3.5. Looks quite nice. It brings whatever you select. They must use a remote control or something on here, but yeah, it looks quite nice. Oh, there's only one song from them. And you can set playlists, B52s. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like a nice enough Bananarama. Oh, loving the first degree. I want you back. Robert De Niro's waiting, talking Italian. Guess I'll get a copyright strike for my terrible singing. Shouldn't really impose that on you poor people. Right, we'll close that down. We won't close that down. It's not letting me close. File? No. See if we can do a controller. Hey, well, at least we can get into Task Manager now. More details, performance. Let's just close that. So at least we're not. Yes. There we go. So it did run. It was just on a different screen. Love Shack. Yeah. Should be 52s. I remember playing that when I was a DJ. It looks like they can put their own songs on and then just add them. Yeah. Right. So I reckon it must be a screen problem. This. But they said the touch screen doesn't work, so we can see that the unit works. Oh, I don't want to. Let's not mute his. Let's not mute his music. I am going to turn off autoplay. And I'm just going to disable that. Remind me, once I've repaired it, to re-enable that, because I don't want it coming on every time and having this same problemo. Shut down. Wonderful. Right, so now we know we've got no volume. We can work on the actual unit. Must have an SSD in here, because it is running quite speedily. Rocking out, yeah. It is. They did say it was a jukebox. I think I said earlier on stream, £350 is paid for it. It's a Windows 7 machine, but I suppose, do you know, if they're 350 quid, I might start making them myself, because computers certainly not that. And yeah, it's an unlicensed copy of the jukebox software that they're operating, so it must be a demo trial version. So it's what it is. Let's just plug power. Right, I need to get my second screen back on, which is done through here, so I can get my OBS back up. Not that OBS is even remotely playing ball today with me. Okay. No, he has this on the wall. Is this on the wall connected to some speakers, thank you. The screen, I'll show you what it does when we turn it on. If you keep an eye on here, you will see what it's doing. Right, on and off button, which is hiding. There it is. So if you keep an eye on screen, I need to make myself a drink. Put kettle on. There we go, kettle's on. Do you know what? £35. It looks a nice piece of software. Certainly aesthetically, it looked nice. Not doing that now. I wonder whether he's just got an issue with his cabling. That antique yellow. Well, I think this is all meant to be yellow to match the wood effect display. Yeah, I had, what did I have on mine? Virtual DJ I used to use for karaoke. Yeah, I used to use Virtual DJ on mine. Right, so screen is not now coming on. It was coming on. Ah, there you go. I think there's a fault on the screen. I just shut it down there. Yeah, Virtual DJ. I had a 15-foot screen cinema my old house. So we used to project the karaoke onto there, and then a laptop next to the AV receiver would do all the kind of controlling the music, and then the video and the audio would go up onto there. Ooh, focus. I wonder if this is the screen failing because it can't handle resolution through driver. Because the GPU must be fine because it projected it onto a second screen. Hydrogen peroxide and UV light. Yeah, I've got some hydrogen peroxide as well. I've got UV light as well. I think you probably need to leave it on a while, don't you? So there's no another mouse plugged in, just because he says sometimes you can see mouse cursor, which would say to me it's a driver issue. Right, so we have got that in. Right, so we've definitely got no mouse in there. Yeah, I only use Virtual DJ for my own stuff. When I were doing discos, I did it well, I'm saying old-fashioned way. Moved on from vinyl to CDs. Yeah, I think whatchamacallit's done it as well, Retro 6. I'm going to press shutdown. Can you see when I press shutdown, it's doing that? I don't think that's a cabling issue. I think that's a screen issue. Sorry, it keeps going blurred because it's trying to focus on something it can't focus on. I think with him saying touchscreen first went, because it was touchscreen, I think it's probably the screen's gone all together now. I think it's a bad connection. Now, what I'm thinking is it's booting into Windows and either resolution or refresh rate's too much. And when you press shutdown, it obviously comes up with, it might deload the driver or whatever, so it's defaulting back to some other thing. So let's, I'm going to put big light on. Oh, I'll tell you what I am going to do first, gents. I do need a drink, so I'm absolutely gagging. I'm just going to fill my coffee cup up and then I'll be back. 2 ticks. Right. Oh, back. Basic mode test for Sergio. Just going to eat my dinner. 3 rich tea. Wow, that's hot. Okay. So, are you thinking, let's do a Sergio. How many USB sockets have we got on here? Can't see out through my glasses. Oh. Yeah, we've got some at the back as well. Stick the mouse in the back. USB in the side. And let's get the keyboard. There you go. I know it's not the best way of looking at it, but I can't put it down because watch me call it is now sticking out. Do that one. No, because we're not getting a BIOS screen. Yeah. Basic mode, yeah. There's a crazy look. It's not even getting a BIOS screen, so it must be a hardware fault. It's not a driver fault. So I'm going to shut it back down. We're going to have to see if we can open this. But it's amazing why it's the shutdown sequence which is causing it to flicker back on. That's a little bit bizarre. I love the little probably can't see it any. This trim here is some of this car trim panel stuff just stuck on some double-sided tape. Lovely. Oh, brilliant. Screen comes off. I'm gonna have to look at instructions on how to get this screen off, but that's the screen bezel. Yeah, it must be a hardware fault because it's not coming up with the BIOS screen. Let me take that out. Get the keyboard and mouse out of the way. Yes, dog, you've had a biscuit, now go away. Go on, away. Nobody on YouTube wants to look at you. You're a dog. Nope. Nope, they all say buy a cat. I'm telling you, dog. See? I told the guys. I'll give you your feedback. She's not happy. She's going in there to sulk now. You should be ashamed of yourself. Something's just fell out of this screen. Look like a screw. Gosh, it's not the light. I wonder how to get things which are heavy and cumbersome to do. We look like we've got 4 screws at the back. I would imagine actually that needs to come off first. Good job they've not put all the screws in here, so that'll make it so much easier for me to actually take off. Thank you, Mr. Modifier. So we've got the leg off. It's only black. Is it only missing backlight? No, because no, because one of the things when it was going off, it kind of no screw in there. Oh god, they've not. These screws are not original. Some of the display was whatchamacallit as well. What do they call it? Corrupted. When it was displaying. Yeah, these screws are definitely not original. They're all different, all different sizes. I'm expecting to see a wood screw somewhere. No, because when it originally came, it would have been on single screen. And it was doing the same thing when I initially turned it. Ooh, the DVD drawers fell off. When I originally turned it on, it came up with the same issue. Now this feels like it's glued. Oh, this is just going to be a Taylor woe, isn't it? There's no other visible screws. I need to set that RGB light off. I'll end up breaking it if not, because it's just hanging there. Stick that on the floor so at least we can see. I think they've glued that on. Good a minute. No. Fortifix, hello. Sorry for shouting. I was just struggling with that. I don't even think there's much point watching too much of a disassembly video on this, because I honestly don't think they've reassembled it like it was supposed to be with it being such a Frankenstein machine. Because that is definitely not the screen for it in here. It's not the bottom, it's the top which I can't. That top, it feels glued. Really does feel glued. Did Andy go off? I don't know. Is that because I missed it? Missed me or missed Andy? Andy went to the hot tub. Oh, there we go. Thanks for joining us. Andy's gone into the hot tub for a dip. Not got much work on this week, Andy. And I'm other way. 63 enquiries this week so far. Not loving that at all. I'm going to Google a disassembly on this because I don't want to do anything untoward. Screen. Replacement. Anything on videos? Short videos. Yeah, it doesn't show you that one at all. Assembly. How to open an MSI laptop. It's not an MSI laptop. Oh, wonderful. Disassembling the MSI AC7C all-in-one desktop PC requires patience to avoid cracking the screen or breaking the plastic chassis clips. The general process for safety: open it, prep the weather, remove the stand, yeah, done that. Remove rear casing screws, done all that. Pry open casing using a thin, stiff plastic pry tool, or gently release the clips running along the edges of the back panel. Slowly work your way around the rear cover until it comes free. So we were doing it right. But again, lift bottom edge, then slide. Yeah, it's, if I like this, do you know what it feels like? It feels like it's glued here. Do you know where you can just feel this tension pulling against it? Now we do have two other screws there, but they look like they're, I don't think they're in. I mean, I could be completely wrong. I'll take them out. I wouldn't have thought they were holding the case down unless that's part of the case. Oh, there we go. There we go. It was just those two. Hey, there we go. Every day's a school. Well, that's revealed a lot. Well, we're so much clearer now. Easy when you know how. I'm glad Andy went in hot tub now. I want to got that information. Ooh, a little bit warm. Yeah, it was those two there holding that cover on, even though I didn't think it was. Hey, it's what it is. We have a power board for the screen. I'm assuming that's the power board for the screen. Don't think it'll be power though, because I think the big dent on... Oh no. Can we see? They've not even put right screw in there. Should have put the light on the inside to shine on the edge. Yeah, that would be a lot better, wouldn't it? If they actually put it through here and it could come through. I wonder if I can Yeah, that would be a better solution. I would agree with that. That would be much better. Anyway, let's get some of these screws out, see if we can see what is underneath. Again, these screws are different to each other. That's missing. That's heatsink. Oh, very nice. I'll just leave it on the floor. Ooh. Oh no, it's a shadow. Got a massive heat mark on that. I will show you the board. Not mega warm, so that's okay. Microscope's not working, so we can't go under microscope. So we're going to have to use just the... well, microscope is working, OBS isn't working. That's the reality. So I've looked at hard drive, CD, fan, cooler, RAM. I'm looking for display. They've put a different fan in here and soldered all wires together. Can't see that being a factory. Yeah, because they've not... Fan's not screwed down. Actually, do you know what? This has had serious mods because we've got other wires spliced into down here to power a CD-ROM. I can't see factory making it like that. It's a bit... Although, yeah, there's one in and one out. That's how I got the secondary screen up, by going on the output. But that is definitely not the original screen, what's sat in there. That's power to... That's going to be power for the touchscreen and everything down here, I would imagine. Because we've got a power board down here. With a couple of caps, MOSFETs, and some other bits and bobs on. I'm just looking for the actual display cable. It must be under there. Is that the Wi-Fi card? No. Bluetooth? Ava Media. Anybody seen one of those before? I certainly haven't. It's got an antenna on. It must be Bluetooth. Because we've got a Wi-Fi card sat down here. And it's got an antenna on, so it must be... it's got an ITE chip on it. It wasn't even working. I didn't check the resolution, but it wasn't even pulling a BIOS screen up either, Nick. So it flashes on occasionally, and when it does come on, the picture's corrupted, like it's bleeding down screen. It looks like either a screen or cable fault. That's where it's lending itself to me. Right, so I'm assuming that that is display cable, which is sat there. What's this power board for? That must be touch power board. Take the hard drive caddy out, just give me a bit better view, and then at least I'll be able to lift it up and show you towards the screen a little bit better, a little bit easier. It's another screw which is wrong. Definitely. Oh, it is an SSD. It's a SanDisk SSD, 128 gig. No mechanical spinning round disc. Yeah, so I'm presuming and assuming that this is for touchscreen, this board here. So I'm thinking this is the touchscreen board here. This is the display cable, because that displays under here. And because this is then feeding down here as well, this must be the backlight board. So it's a bit more like a TV, where it's got its own separate driver board for a backlight. Hello, Loden. Hello. On Twitch. Where's my mouse? Ben Loden, hello. Good afternoon, Ben. So it did say touch went initially. And that is touch, because I've just disconnected it and it said touch next to it. So that is touch. We know backlight's operating because it will flash up. And so I still think it's display as in picture display rather than that. I mean, that cable looks like it's seen better days. A bit thingy buff. So let's get some more power back into it. Make sure I don't put any metal under the screen as I sit it up and down, because it is definitely not the original screen. Right, I've got no drive in it, so I'm only after now it kicking into the BIOS. Yeah, nothing. See if we can get multimeter on screen. I'm not going to bring... I'm going to use customer's power brick, mainly because it's not a power issue, so we don't need to see that. But I'll just see if I can get my... That's COM port 6, so this would be COM port 5. COM port. Yes. So at least we've got... Can't get a microscope because OBS is playing silly buggers. We've got 12 volts on the test point. Yeah. Yeah, 12 volt on the cap. So we've got voltage on the... We've got the signal voltage as 3 volts. So everything there seems to be working fine on the power light. So I don't think it's a lighting problem, because we've got the We've got the enable voltage, even though I can't see the enable pin on here, but it's all... Yeah, we've got 2.2 on that. We seem to have... It's boosting up to 34 volts. I mean, it's not as high voltage as you would expect to see on a TV, but it's slightly wide. I'll check the CMOS. I don't know whether the CMOS would have a big impact on the screen image, if I'm being honest, but we'll give that a check anyway. Yeah, so it is low, 3 volts. So it is low. So we'll change the battery. I think I'm going to have to remove the screen. When we did one of these, oh crikey, January time, early January, and there were 46 screws to get the screen out or something silly, weren't there? And this is going to be very similar, because by the looks of it, it's everything off to get to the screen. I have a test screen, but I'm going to have to get to the screen to be able to get it out. I haven't got... Well, I'm just looking and there's another cable hidden under here. That's why I've unplugged it. There's a ribbon cable coming from up... sorry, a display cable coming from up here. I just don't know what that's for. Can't see anything on the board to what he's describing what that's for. But there's a fabric wrapped cable which disappears under here and then comes down the side and then under the board. And I cannot see for life me where it goes. I mean, we've got another one here. But I think that one's probably, because we'll have microphone and we'll have that's Wi-Fi. That looks like a display cable to me. That one is camera. That one is, I don't know, it goes under board somewhere and no idea what comes out. There must be connections on the other side of board. Must be connections on the other side of board. Hello, Mark. ZMark0. Good afternoon. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you are new to chat, please consider hitting that subscribe button, guys. It means an awful lot to me. And I do the subscriber dance when you hit the subscriber button. Hey, we don't want to see that too often. Oh, subscriber dance, subscriber dance. I am going to have to take that board out. Let's get some screws out. I remember working on another all-in-one and it was all on the back of the board. Bit of a tight screw, that one. Any more board screws? Yeah, there's no one there. So, take the fan out, because I think the fan's definitely in the way. What we're working on, this is a touchscreen. In essence, it's a touchscreen computer, but it's been modified to work as a touchscreen jukebox for a home bar. And the picture is not working correctly. The sound works wonderful, as we found out several times. So we are or I'm just assuming it is a issue with the screen. So I'm just going to try and take the board out, because I think it'll all be on the dark side of the moon, the other side. You're going to tell me it's all screwed down with that as well. Darn thing. So heat sink off. Did another all-in-one which were like this, where it was all on the back of the board. Am I from Manchester? Are you talking to me, or are you talking to one of the others? What was making you think I'm from Manchester? You know, that's Wirral, isn't it? I'm terrible on accents. No, I'm nowhere near as up north as that. You know where Cirencester is? Or Cheltenham? Oh, I meant to tell you, gents. Can you remember the laptop we did, which had the overheating, the i9 with the 5060 in it, the very expensive laptop, and we thought it was the heatsink, the heat pipe, which had the dent in it, but it turned out it was the battery falling out which dented it. So I stood the cost of the heat pipe, and then we couldn't get a heat pipe, and they delayed it. Anyway, fast forward a little bit, spares to repair, which let me down, I will say. I ended up having to order 4 more from different suppliers, because they dragged the feet. It took them 3 weeks, and they kept delaying it. So I ordered it from a different place in the end, and it came in 2 days, fitted it, sorted the issue. Not to do with the dent, we will say, but the problem, what we thought it was a leaky heat pipe, sorted the overheating issue. And Josh, who was in chat, if you remember as well, patient as hell with me, I will say. Hat off to Josh as well. Amazing guy. He took it home, tried it, rang me that night and went, just to let you know, I think it sorted it. It looks like it was the heat pipe. So we knew it weren't the dint, which was the battery falling out, but it was obviously a leaky heat pipe. So all in all, yeah, good thing on that one. So yeah, good result on that. I was really thinking, because I think that laptop were about 1,800 quid. He paid a fortune for the laptop. It'd been 99 and a 50, I can't remember, 5060 or 5070, but it was only just a year old. Oh, not even a year old, if you remember. So yeah. Just tried a random one. Yeah, I'm not too far from there, but yeah, probably 3 hours, 3.5 hours from there, Mark. Yeah, it was good that we had dented it, but I think that was going to be the next port of call anyway, if you remember, if you were on stream at Time Carthol, because we measured it on the thermal camera, if you remember, under load, and it was dissipating and getting hot right to it, and everything seemed fine. But because we'd done everything else, that was going to be the next port of call for replacement anyway. So I think all in all, because I obviously didn't charge him with it in essence, me causing the issue to the dent. So he got the heat pipe done. But I'm just glad. I'm not really bothered about cost. I'm just glad that it was that. But the big issue I've ordered 5, and I'm struggling to get refunds on them. Because I didn't want to make him wait any longer, because I felt awful then for making him wait, because he'd waited 3 weeks because that spares to repair had delayed, because they couldn't get it from manufacturer, even though didn't tell me that originally. They said 5 days, which I thought was a bit wrong of them. I just needed to get it done for him. These are all different things. Darn, just let me take a picture of them so I don't get them in wrong holes. I ended up ordering 4 more, and trying to get a refund is proving extremely difficult, or even cancel them. They don't want me to cancel. Right, I cannot see any more screws holding this board down. But again, from memory, I think there was a great big thermal pad under there. Oh. No thermal pad under there. Yeah, there's a great big thermal pad under there. Three hours, not far. You're starting to sound American to me. Well, it's all relative, isn't it? To some people, three hour journey ain't that far and ain't that bad. Oh, sit this up on my knee. That's one off. There we go. Got them off. There was the little suckers there. Oh, right. We've got some liquid ingress down here. Wonderful. And we've got some liquid ingress there. Wonderful. That could be more interesting news, depending, because that looks rather dry. Crikey, I can't even get that out. That out. Oh, got you. 4 hours on trains yesterday, one way. You do some right travelling, don't you, Nick? I don't think you ever. Well, I would never get used to it. I despise travelling. It's not for me at all. But I know you're often jetting around in Europe and places like that. I don't know if this is liquid. I'll try and zoom down to show you. Massive cold solar joint there. Can you see these? Do we think that's water ingress? Damp? I mean, bearing in mind it's in a garage, so it's not going to be in a garage bar. So it's not, may not have the best ventilation, so it might get humidity. Certainly if there's a lot of people in there. And bearing in mind with it being touchscreen, they're going to be hitting the screen, so there's vibrations. Onboard RAM. That's not going to have a big impact on screen, obviously, but I don't know if that is. Might have to go to Denmark in 2 weeks. Well, at least they do nice bacon over there, don't they? But yeah, I've not done Denmark actually. I've done quite a few different European countries, but not done Denmark. There was one I was on about the other day, and it was they did it on Clarkson's farm actually, and I thought I don't mind going to there. Can't remember where it was. No, Strasbourg. Can't remember. But we went to it on Clarkson Farm, and I thought I've never done that. I thought I don't mind having a city break there to get some more city breaks done. I'm going to go to Sweden and stay with MK. I'm going to do a world tour. Jump on a plane and stay with the creator either time. That'd be a good thing, won't it? Stream from the house. First one to Wales to see Andy. Sweden! Yes, Sweden. I'm going to see MK. Stay with MK. Oh, well, you're Sweden as well, aren't you, Carthor? Forgot about that. Yeah, just down M5. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Right. Ugh. So we have. Again, it's difficult to see. Can you see all this flux around here? This board has been worked on considerable amounts. And not even cleaned off properly. I wonder what it's had. It looks like it's had that chip there replaced. And that little, I don't know if it's a triac or something like that. There's a concentration of flux and everything around here. You see it. So it's obviously been worked on before. I don't want to go and see Carthor. He would finish. Could move. You're 60 volts, yeah. Is that in Wales? Yeah, Swindon. Swindon's in Wales. Sweden is in Germany, I think. Oh no, it's in Poland because MK's Polish, isn't he? So and he lives in Sweden, so it must be in Poland. It's a little city in Poland. I've just probably upset everybody in Sweden there, so I'm sorry about that. Only joking. I know it's in Luxembourg. Right, so going back to that display cable, because that's not, I'll just give that a clean off because I'm getting it all off my hands. So the display cable, which I was referring to, which is this one. Oh, so they're touch, not display. So that must be display. They're touch. They're touch panel. Whatchamacallit. They're speakers and whatnot. But still, to get to the board, I probably am not going to have. I might have. Have I got an all-in-one screen? I might have an all-in-one test screen. Yeah, I'm gonna have to have a look. Try screen on its own with touch stuff disconnected. Yeah, I just did, Jay. I did. I disconnected that first off and tried to do a boot into BIOS. Still nothing. We've got voltage on backlight, so I don't think it's a backlight issue, but it is. I do honestly think it's a screen. I would say that because it is a touch screen and it's used all the time as a touch screen. Not saying they get drunk, but if it's a home bar, they obviously like maybe to our parties and things like that. Maybe people are a little bit more vigorous with the way they are touching, because you can see it's not the original screen, because the original screen should probably fit into here a little bit better. So it's an aftermarket screen, and it's probably not as sturdy as it could be. And the constant giving it one of these might damage the circuit board at the bottom. But it will mean the screen. It will mean everything now out to do that. But this is going to be one of these where I'm going to have to see if I can find a screen for it. Remember what we did at Christmas? I think the screen was about £200, if you remember. And that customer just never bothered getting back to me. So I've still got theirs in pieces in my extension conservatory, waiting for him to say throw it away. Which is a bit annoying because it's a business as well, and I've done quite a bit of work for them. They're just ignoring me messages now. But yeah, just tell me you want it. There we go. It is. It's exactly the same thing that goes in there. So I definitely have not got a screen for that. So let's give that a clean and see if we can get the screen. Might work, might not, but let's try this before we need to do anything else. I think the last time I actually replaced the screen on an AIO was, I think it was for Sittings Advice, because I do work for them, and it was in one of their machines. And if you remember, we couldn't get exactly the same screen. So I'm trying to think what it was. It was an unusual fault that it wouldn't do it. And I said to him, are you all right with that? It was like it wouldn't go to full brightness or something like that, because we couldn't get exactly the same screen. I can't quite remember exacts. But they went, yeah, it's fine. So they took it without that, because I were a bit nervous with it being Sittings Advice, but no, they're absolutely fine with it. Who's very rude, cows? Have I missed something there? Or was it just something my brain goes to? Oh, is it in Canada? Is that where I'm going wrong, Carthor? I watched that creator who's in Canada. Who is it now? He makes chicken. Oh God. Northwich Fix. That's it. He's in Canada, isn't he? Yeah. MDL. Is MDL in Reflex? Yeah. What did MDL say? Missed that one. Is MDL in? Missed him. Right, let's get this board back in. Let me give that a board. I don't really want to spend too much time cleaning it off, but we'll give it a quick tickle with one of my new favourite cloths because they are wonderful cloths. These cloths are wonderful. And we'll give it a bit of IPA. Just get some of that excess flux off. Not that it's going to cause too much of an issue, but you never know. Oh, just need to change my microphone up 1 second before it goes flat. We should have, there we go, swapped over to the other mic. Good. Notice that 5 hours of streaming we need to swap because they last about 6 hours. And we've done 5 hours 45. I'm planning on finishing at about 4ish today because I want to go for a run tonight. So yeah, I've got a few bits to do before I do that. I need something to eat. So yeah. These cloths are wonderful. Love them. Love them. One of the viewers had bought the, you know, the Sovereign spray that I use as well. I can't remember who it was, but they said they bought some because it came in stock. Can't remember who it was, but I was wondering how they got on with it. Okay, somebody just put, yeah, that's fine. Okay, please can I go ahead with what? Good morning. Let me text this custom back. Brilliant. It don't work. Oh, there we go. I've upgraded to ISO 26. Oh, brilliant. It's logged me in. It's wrong profile now. Fantastic. And that one. Okay, let me know when you wish to drop it off. There you go. Yeah, I've upgraded to that ISO 20. Oh, notice that mine is no, you can't send me a screenshot. Trying to sell me something. I've upgraded to ISO 26, 27, and I will say it's made my phone so much quicker, even though it's only a beta. It is a lot nicer to kind of get to grips with and use. But that's a bit. It's in better days, that, isn't it? I missed that. Oh, but that customer not responding. Oh yeah. Well, I'll run through a couple more in a second. So let me text these back again. All right. So, on about Rude, I've got an ongoing one from April now, where customers agree to the work and now not coming to pick up and ignoring the phone. So after about a month, I got in touch with him when I withheld my number. And he was quite shocked to realise it was me. So that said to me, he might have been ignoring the calls. Well, just tell me. So I said to him, look, if you don't want it, I'll throw it away. It ain't a problem. Just tell me, because I can't dispose of it until you tell me. No, I will. Anyway, this went on. I'll come tomorrow. Didn't come tomorrow. Didn't come day after. Didn't come day after. So I started ringing him again. Didn't come. He then rings me about 3 weeks after that. But I think he rings me by mistake. And apologises. Yeah, I'm even going to give you a tip. I went, well, I'm going to pass this on to collections in fairness. So this is, I can't do anything wrong with this. It's going to be passed on for non-payment and non-collection. So it'll be passed on to the collection department. No, I'm definitely coming. I saw it. I said, just let me know. Keep me informed. Anyway, another 3 weeks passes and nothing. So I've ended up having to ring him 4 times last week. I've sent him 5 messages, completely ignoring me. So I've had to send him a termination thing. And now you end up just wasting more time doing that. So to put this in perspective, gents, I have that sat here, right? That's another one that have agreed to the work. When I sent him the thing initially, he rang me within 3 seconds, literally within 3 seconds. I pressed send and he were on phone. I've told him, told him exactly what it is. He's now ignoring calls. That's been 2 weeks. I've spent money on that, repairing that. So he thinks it's fine. Completely ignoring me. I've got that one there, which is the other one I was just on about there. I've got another 3 up here. Exactly the same. Do you know, as a customer, if you've not got the gumption to ring somebody up and go, I had one the other day, and it was one I did on stream. It's one of my VODs where I changed a battery in a computer for somebody. And he came, and I had a bit of I wouldn't say I had a big row with him, but he's standing over me in my office when he came to pick it up, refusing to pay because he made another fault up on the computer, what he never even told me about. Didn't even tell me about it. And he's adamant that he was. I went, there's your job sheet. You have not told me about it. And he got really, really, really angry and agitated. Because there was other work to do on that computer. And bill was £171 already for that computer. And I think he agreed to it. And then he's either had remorse, didn't want to do it. Anyway, so his first words out of his mouth when I went, you've not told me about that. Oh, it's all right. Take it all out and I'll just take it away with me. I went, no. I've done all this work on here. I've spent money. I've bought a battery. I've bought a hard drive. I've done this. I've done that. Whatever. I said, I've spent time on it. I said, I'm not just taking it out. I said, you've agreed to work. I got text messages with a disclaimer on and all sorts off him. Well, you've not repaired that. I went, you've never told me about that. Yeah, I did. Just take out what you've done and I'll walk away. I went, no, I've done it all. He went, oh, I'll tell you what, I'll leave it with you. I don't want it. And as soon as he said that, I realised that he never had an intention of paying. So he got quite aggressive with me. And I went, I tell you what, take your laptop and go. I said, never, ever come back. I said, just please leave. Because it got me quite agitated and upset. And you've seen me on stream with some others. This guy just pushed all my buttons. I wish I was streaming. Pushed all my buttons. He was in his 60s, very articulate, everything else, very respectable man. And was basically calling me a liar to my face. And I went, I really don't like your tone. I says, I'm trying to do you the justice of saying, I think you or we have had a misunderstanding. I said, you're standing over me because I'm sat here. And he stood over me like this. I says, and I don't like your thing, and I'm leaning against the wall. And I says, I don't like it when you stood over me. I says, I'm trying to give you a benefit of the doubt and try and resolve this. I says, quite clearly, you want a confrontation because you are saying it's your fault. You've done this, you've done that. I said, I'm trying to give you a benefit of the doubt. I said, so take your laptop, go away, never come back. And he went skipping out at the door because he didn't have to pay £100 bill. It's had a new drive in it and fresh installed Windows, so he'd got no data anyway. But you just start thinking, I don't swear on stream, so I'm not going to swear this, but yeah, the guy was an absolute scrote. Clearly, one or two reasons. He never had any intention of paying Surrey a liar and a scrote. Or the second thing is he thought it was justified to steal from people. I don't think it was the second one, because I think he's probably forgot that he's not told me that. But just really annoying. Just really annoying. Yeah, so I had a couple. I've got 3 this month. But you tot it up. God, there's quite a lot of moisture damage around edges of this as well. I don't think this is in right environment. You start thinking, and it's probably so far this month, I have been busy. But so far this month, with people not paying, probably about £500. And they think because you're a business, it's acceptable. I'll tell you another story in a second about it. And I think it's not acceptable for any business. I understand it a little bit more. Do you know, if you're dealing with, let's say, Amazon as a multi-billion-pound organisation, do you know, if you think you've managed to screw them by £10, £20, £50, on a billion-pound organisation, it's a grain of sand on a beach. But do you know, if you're screwing a sole trader for £50, it's a lot of money. How many people in chat would say if they took out 10% of their weekly wage, they wouldn't kick off to their employer? I think a lot of people would. It's just absolutely disgusting behaviour. I've got another customer at the moment who's ordered some parts, and he's ordered the wrong parts. So he said, it's fine, I'll ring them and tell them that they don't work, and I'll put a claim in. I went, where'd you buy them from? He said, oh, eBay. So he's bought them off private individuals. I said, but just bear in mind, if you send it back to them, they've got postage to you and back, and it's probably going to stand them 25 quid for postage there and back, what the seller will have to stand, or they'll go, it's not worth this, keep it. And I said, do you really think that's right? On a sole person stealing money off them? It's not stealing, is it? I went, of course it is. Of course it's stealing. How else can you describe it if it's not stealing? You're doing something fraudulently to be your benefit and in your pocket. It's just, it makes me blood boil. They think all businesses can be scammed, but they won't like it doing to them. So anyway, cut a long story short, I've refused to do his computer now. Because I just didn't like his attitude for how he thought it was acceptable. Because I thought, do you know, if you're willing to do that, you're willing to do it to me as well. And I thought, I don't really want to take the risk. But hey, hello, Mookie. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, cows. I lose my temper with service staff when they give me the runaround. But I don't think people should think every person is fair game to steal from, and it is. But on a side note, gents, has anybody heard of Ozzy? I know I've not been streaming much. I know he wasn't very well. Anybody seen him in chats anywhere? Because I know he was in hospital last time I spoke to him. Not for a long time. No, I've not. I was thinking about him. It flashed up on my diary, strangely enough, that me heart attack was 2019, other day in 2019, so 7 years ago. And I just thought, I ain't heard out of Ozzy for a few weeks, because I know he's had several now, and obviously he wasn't very well. So I just didn't know whether anybody had seen him in any chats or anything like that, because he used to be prolific. And certainly I'd sent him some stuff through. Well, I sent it to his sister who's in the UK, and she'd sent it on to him in Australia. But I didn't want to reach out to any of them and just say, how is he, just in case it wasn't. So yeah, but it's, yeah, as I say, he used to be a I mean, the other thing is as well, if I don't see him in chat, it might just be because he's moved on to another, you know, another creator, which I don't have a problem with. You know, we're here to, I do what I do. I don't profess any other different. But it, you know, it were more or less just to see if he was okay or not. Right, let's stick that one back in there. Let's get a screw in there. Mookie! Mookie. How's Pilates going, Mookie? You ever get your microscope working as well, Mookie? What I sent down. On my lunch, Andy SER may see him pop up in his stream. Not been watching live stream recently. Yeah, because like this, you bump into quite a few people, don't you, along the way in different streams. But yeah, not seen or heard anything of him, and he would normally pop in to say hello. And hey, just like you guys, I don't, well, some of you guys might know him, but I don't know him apart from chatting on Discord and in stream. But yeah. So that's back in. Let's plug touch back in to there. I'm going to give this enough chance to light up. I'm not going to plug too much in. So we've got that in. We've got display in. Don't think I need. What's that one for? Don't know what that's for, but so we'll plug that one back in. I think that's for an IR sensor. We'll plug it in since I've got it in my hand. Don't need that in. And we'll see if we can get the BIOS screen working now. We've cleaned that a little bit. Let's get the heat sink back on. This thermal paste is lovely and tough. Clean that off. Oh God, that's as hard as an. I think this is out of Nick's laptop. This, crikey, Nick, I know what you mean. Can't even scrape that off. It's that hard. Let's do the old-fashioned trick of giving it a soak. Don't know if you can see that. It's brilliant stuff, this. Is it kind of bubbling away, doing its work? Whoa, it's alive. It's alive, I tell you. It's alive. Does work really well, you can see. It just dissolves the thermal compound, even though that is absolutely rock hard. It was rock hard on top of the actual chip as well. Don't think that has ever been changed like cement. So, on the world tour, Dirt Diggler World Tour, which creator do I go see first? So we need a list of creators that I've got to go see and work with. So we'll start with some UK ones. So if we put in a list together, who do I go and irritate first? I think there's only one on my, or there's two on my list of creators in the United Kingdom. JFix. JFix and Andy. I don't think I'll be going to see Ace. I don't think I'd be welcome. JFix is one, yeah. But I've met James a few times now. Even bumped into him in other places as well, which was quite embarrassing for both of us since we were in the same men's toilet, but there we go. I was thinking I could always pop to Uncle Soren's for a barbecue. We could always pop down and see Joey, because Joey's not too far away from me either. And where's my other screwdriver gone? So there's a couple of ones there. There's Andy. Yeah. I was thinking I might pop over to see Hot Cows as well. Mick. Could always do that whilst we're venturing down that area, because Mick's not too far away from me either. Chill and relax, yeah. So there's a few. And I could always pop up north as well to see Edinburgh. And we can catch a quick flight over to the, or catch Eurostar and pop over to see Max Power over in France. And then over to, I'm sure there's somebody I speak to who's in Holland. I can't remember. Oh, Gear. We can pop and see Gear. I think, is Gear in Austria? Let Us Repair. And MDL in Holland. Is MDL in Holland? I think he's Dutch, is he? Pop over to Austin, Texas, see Nathan. Yeah. See Nathan. I'm not far away. That's the point. You can. Yeah. Yeah, we could do JDT. Could do that. It's MDL Canada. Oh well, I could always do MDL in Canada when I do Northridge Fix, because he's in Canada as well, isn't he? He's in Canada. I could stay at his house and do work at his gym and go on his electric scooter. Yeah. So yeah, we can go to Texas and see Nathan, and we can go see Nando's in Australia as well. Zach and Ellie. Russ, I can go see Russ. Yeah, I could go see Russ. Go see Russ Repairs. Take him his birthday card. So yeah, could always do Russ, couldn't I? Forgot all about Russ. There's somebody in Australia who I watch as well. I can't remember. Arnold. Yeah, there's Arnold as well. I was just thinking crates, but Arnold has got a YouTube channel as well. MK over in Poland. Yeah. Don't know where. I know everything, me, Russ. Nanofix is Canada. He's not Canada. Nano's in Australia. MK's Polish. I know MK. Now there's somebody in Australia that I watch, and I can't think who it is. Who's a streamer. I can't think who it is. Yeah, put kettle on, Russ. I'll be down in 10. And do you know what I should do? We should get a mug. Actually, we'll get a PC repairs shirt, and I'll get a white marker. I'll get them all to sign it. There we go. PLD. That's it. PLD is in Oz. I knew there was somebody in Oz. PLD. So yeah, we'll do the world tour. We'll get a Sharabang. We'll have an Uzi or a selfie with all the creators, and we'll do that. You know what I might do with Nathan and Alex and Tony and whatnot. Well, I can't do it with Tony, but we can do it with Alex and Nathan. Just go knock on the door at the shop and text me in. I could help PLD with cats. I could do. I'm hoping Linus will pay for it. I'm thinking Mr. Beast or Linus can fund it for me. Yeah, I could put a map on it and put a little mark on where everybody is and get them to sign it, and drop them all a little mug off as well. Hey, but I did say when I won my lottery, I might do something like that. Guys, We have picture. We have picture. Oh, we've got picture. So CPU fan's not connected, which I know because it's stupid computer. It's in my hand here. Sorry, I'm shouting. Calm down, Dirk. Calm down, Dirk. It's only an advert. Fixed. Not until I put it back together, it's not. I can't categorically say that it's fixed permanently, but it's certainly working for the time being. Right, so let me have a look at the picture to see. Yeah, travel. Do you know what? I could sit a bit like a guy from Atlantis sort of thing. I could sit on the back of the Dolphin and just get him to take me around the world. That would be quite novel. I could see that guy in Disneyland who dressed up in white and black shirt as well. He's so funny. Him. Don't know what his name is, but he is funny. The mime guy. Is he at SeaWorld or something like that? That one's in. That one needs power to go in there. I don't want to choose that. There's quite a lot of voltage in there. Let's stick his hard drive back in. Let's see if we get a picture with his hard drive. So I think there's only 2 screws in this. One screw, 2 screws, 3 screws, 4. I'd love to do something like that, you know. Do you know if you won the lottery, and I'm not talking winning $1 million, because $1 million is not really enough to retire nowadays, I don't think. For most people, certainly if you're below the age of 60, it's not really a viable amount. It sounds like a lot of money, but if you've got nothing saved already, £1 million really didn't go anywhere for lasting you until you're 100-year-old. But do you know, if you won like, I don't know, 150 million, I would love to do travel the world, and and maybe just go see some creators. Then that'd be fun. Do some live streams, but all different types of creators as well. I could start a trend off where you were doing it or it were being done. I didn't have an antenna on that little thing there. We'll stick that board back in. No idea what that board is for, but it's got a antenna on, but there's no antenna for it. So I'm assuming it is a Bluetooth. I think that is all the plugs back in. There we go. Oh, Patrick Duffy. He was man from Atlantis. Yeah, he was. Has he won the lottery and kept it quiet? We'd hear. He could do. Could have. Steve Tronics. Where's Tronics Fix? He's America somewhere, isn't he? I don't really watch lots of Tronics Fix. Because he generally does a lot of consoles, and it's not an area that I know a lot about. Not the type of ones he does. Good creator though. Good creator and brilliant presentation style. Let's get this flipped over and press power. Let's see if we get a picture. Oh, we have a Windows picture. Oh, there we go. Oh, sound. Oh, I've got it not to turn on automatically. If you remember, I remember to turn off auto start. So we'll get the case back on. Oh, 150 mil wouldn't even get you a ticket for World Cup final with FIFA's dynamic pricing. How much are tickets for the final? I'm not a football lover at all. Not for any other reason apart from I'm just not a football lover. Go on there? Yeah, it does. Are they like uber expensive? Is it like you've got to be? Well, I suppose it's one of those, isn't it? You've got to be in right time, right place, or whatever, rather than anything else. Is that what it is? Or you've got to be a sponsor or something like that to get the tickets. Millions by the looks, which is unfair, isn't it? Because it takes it away from people who actually, it takes it away from true fans. But is that true for a lot of sports? Obviously, F1, which is what I follow, to go to something like Silverstone Grand Prix, it's about £1,000 for a weekend. Just crazy amounts of money. How many people can actually afford £1,000 for just for a 3-day ticket, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or something like that? I think that includes camping, but I mean, all you're doing is renting a piece of grass. It's not like you've got maid service or like that. It takes it out at reach at normal fan, which is really, really wrong. Because if it weren't for normal fans, there wouldn't be the other things for other people. I've just realised what that screw in there has been put in for. You know what I'm saying? There's a screw down here. And I'm like, ooh, look at that screw. Which obviously has been put in afterwards. That's screwing blinking hard drive down. They've drilled a hole in there to put a screw into all hard drive. Wow. Oh. See if we can get some of these screws back in the case. Remember, there weren't a great deal in here. And that top one. There's two little silly ones in the actual body. And put that in a minute. There for there. That one can go on. Go on there. Yep. Put that in a minute when I can reach it better. And there weren't a great deal of screws in here. And they're all different lengths. Sticking his USB dongle in before I forget that I took it out. His back plate back on. Oops. This is only the second one I've done today. I needed to get so much more done. So much more done than these, just these today. It is only the second one I've done, isn't it? Yeah, did that. Oh no, I did. Oh no, I've done a Windows install, DC port, and this one. I'm trying to think what I've done. £1,000 cheaper than FIFA. So 4,000 for some games, 800,000 for others. What? I mean, at £4,000, I don't think I could warrant thinking that's a lifetime experience. I would be thinking, that's a lot of money. Because it's a fine line into to thinking, yeah, that's once in a lifetime, or that's just extortionate. My multimeter is flashing a bit weird. Yeah, for some reason, James, my multimeter is still working, but the software reads it as that. It locks itself at that, And then I just have to restart the software. I think it's OBS. If I'm being, I do honestly think it's OBS. I'll shut that down so I won't need it. There you go. I'm hoping when I plug this back in, we can get the screen back on it. We've got a couple of these screws are just completely different lengths to each other and everything. No idea where they go because nothing goes in any holes. That's as silly as it is with this machine. It's been, I don't think reason why there's no screws in them because there were no whatchamacallits in the back. So that one can go in there. And put that one in there. And that one, no idea where that goes, but they were all odd and that could have just been one I had on the bench. So that's a free one. Woohoo! Look at that. Stick his cover back on. Hopefully, do we think touchscreen will work as well? Oh, should we turn lights out? Full of, oh, can't do that yet, can we? Cannot do that yet. We've got one last thing we need to stick on and put on and everything else. The most important thing of all. Here's RGB stick-on lights. How will he live without this? This sets the mood and the ambience. Here's this 20 quid I've earned this. Look at that. Oh. Which is pin. Ah, wonderful. Wonderful. They don't actually show it on there. So, oh, there we go. In. Still would have put that on the inside. Like I think Anki had suggested. That would have been so much better. Put that in there. On. Right, let's see if we get a picture. Lights off. Camera. Action. We have windows. Get in there now. We have windows. All about the eyeballs and clicks, cows. Entertainment pays. Well, yeah, I appreciate that. What a feeling. Have to take someone on a ship with you. Save your life. Save your life. Save a footballer would not be the choice. No. We have picture. We do. It's weather. Oh! Touchscreen's working as well, gents. So bring Task Manager up. Go to Startup. And go to that one. Enable. Enabled. Right. So, going to shut this down, which should be one press. Ah, tell you what ain't working though. RGB. There we go. His RGB is now working. Oh, wait there. It's flashing. Oh, no, his RGB is working. Flashing red and different colours. Probably need remote control. I think I've got a spare remote control here for an RGB. Yeah, I have one there. Does that work? No. No, different remote altogether. So that one's not working. I thought it might be optimistic. We have touchscreen. Right, what I did, Nick, it was ever so complex. We had to reconfigure the fluxation capacitance over the resolution diaphragm of the mortifying resolution agent, and once the dystopian stormtrooper had eaten the banana, the kangaroo said, "Let's play," and it just kind of worked. So it was just a simple case of re-rectifying the nuclear reactor over the parsnips, and we were there. But as we can see, we've got beautiful flashing lights, which are not distracting at all. It's basically had a full strip down, thermal change, and the LEDs are worse than RGB. I am going to unplug the RGBs. They are horrid. Right, I will put you on mute when the music starts playing, because for obvious reasons. But it should now auto boot into that thing, because I've re-enabled it. If it comes on. Right, that's auto booting. Right, booting. Right, I can turn you back off, but that is working, gents. We'll give you a show. There you go. So it is working. So let me put it on mute and I'll turn it up and stop it. We'll call that one a lights coming back on. We'll call that a fix. Thank you very much. I was hesitant over that one because I just thought this is going to be a bit of a tale, and I was so hoping it wasn't the screen, because you just know how awkward they are to do. Let's get this one shifted out of the way. But good news is, I think this has probably been water ingress of some description, mainly because there was quite a lot of marks on the inside metal. Do you know the metal tray that we took off? There was quite a lot of watermarks on there. So I think this is maybe some type of moisture or something like that as well. Because, I mean, you witnessed what I did to get that one. Have they got now one? I don't know. They might have now one. Let me just stick this through. I'm going to put this through here. Oh, because I've got no room for it. Oh, get his power supply power. Ouch. Ouch. Ooh. I have a car pulled up outside, so this will be another dropper. This will be somebody else dropping off. It's a red car. The red car and the blue car had a race. All red wanted to do is stuff his face. He eats everything he sees, from trucks to prickly trees. But smart old blue he took. So what advert was that? Right, I'm just going to get door, gents, because somebody at the door. Hi guys, sorry about that. Oh, that's the customer who wanted me to write him a Windows 11 USB.
And when the doctor said I didn't have worms anymore, that was the happiest day of my life.
Arnold!
Thank you, Ralph. Very ground.
Oh, dear me. Let me just catch up on chat. Wigan Piers should be Milky Way. Was not actually kept the box. He only built it at weekend. Last weekend he built it. Hadn't had it running since. Built it all himself. EDM, hello. Oh, I said hello to you earlier, EDM, didn't I? Yeah, you were the first one in actually. Yeah, built it at weekend. It's not worked since. Arnold just got in. Newsfeed grabbed me today. Oh, right. I have a quandary, Arnold. I was going to message you actually. Oh, just before we get on to other bits. If you rewind right to the beginning of the stream, you will see this. When we spoke about this, and I got the correct one. I've got a problem with OBS, by the way. Microscope's not detected on OBS. Can't know about it. OBS is just having a tantrum and not showing me my microscope and OBS. It's just being stupid. It just don't think me capture card is plugged in for whatever reason. And now it does. Now my capture card is. Yes. Yes. But if I take the chip out, and place the chip in here, it comes up with exactly the same error as if I'm trying it on the board, so it won't be in circuit, but it works when I don't have the chip in. I've tried it on about 4 different motherboards and I can't get it working. And I thought it was a resistance issue, but yeah, it did turn up, by the way, because I know I spoke to you about that. It did turn up, and I was going to make a video on it, but I couldn't get it working. But strangely enough, I updated, you know, the XP Pro, whatever it is, X-Prog or whatever it is, and it updated firmware in my T48 as well, which I didn't even realise they had a firmware in. I didn't put chip upside down, I put it the right way, so pins were lined up correctly. There is a possibility that the legs weren't touching when it was that, but it was coming with the same error, which was, it said something about if you put on PCB touchpads with no circuit, it should, yeah, it don't find it. It comes up with an error saying, I can't remember what it said. It can find the chip and it just says it can't identify the IC, even if I manually select it. We had another go earlier on. Really weird fault, but hey ho, hey ho. But that's one for another video, another day. I was going to return it, and then I just thought I've opened a return. And said I'm probably not going to get time to go down to the post office, and you know, for what it takes me to get down to, not the post office, DPD return office. By the time I get there and get back, it's probably cost me more in time not doing it. That's waiting for a battery. Where's my HP? My HP's here. So we're going to do this screen one next. Will be wires got put on wrong from factory. No, that were other thing. What I checked, Arnold, I had checked the basically continuity between each pin to each pin. I've checked all the wiring that they were all put on right as well. I've even opened it and stripped it down. Spent about an hour and 20 on it the other day because I was making a VOD on it, part of me AliExpress VODs, which are coming very soon, and it then didn't work. So I tried it on several boards, and it still didn't work on any of the boards. I even tried it on a board which powered up, it still didn't work. Took the chip off, and it didn't read it when I put it on another board. It was just, yeah, just could not seem to get it to play correctly at all. My battery's out. Anyway, Yeah, it kept saying that. I can't remember what it said, but I'll do it on another stream, one late afternoon stream when I've got more time, and we will investigate that. So the story behind this one, gentle people, is if we look on here, can you spot what the issue is? I mean, it's difficult for you to spot, but can you just see? Yeah. Believe it or not, this isn't a foldable phone. Yeah, might need to do something like that. It's really strange because obviously it's a foldable screen. Yeah, it's pin to pin's working. It just doesn't seem to be working. I thought when I was discussing it earlier, I thought it might have been a resistance issue with the handshake pin or something. But hey, anyway, this customer had this on the sofa and he's got an electric reclining chair. And I think he's had that on there and chair's basically folded and snapped the screen and snapped the whatchamacallit. So I straightened that best I could, and that's pretty much where we've got to on there. And we've ordered a new screen for him because obviously his foldable screen wasn't the best. So we can put that in the bin and get something sharp. Open this. So there are a 5-video series coming for my AliExpress unboxing with video 1, and then the other 4 videos will all be the products in test/review. So just keep an eye out for that. Come through as the members videos first, and then a few days later they will go on public viewing. I'll keep an eye out. If you've not hit that subscribe, hit that like and subscribe button. This shouldn't be too many minutes, and that's gone in okay. Got it okay. Not brilliant. Best ordered LCD back cover. He don't want one. I asked him that, Arnold. He's not interested in putting one in. He just said straighten it best you can and do that. Because I did suggest that to him, and I said you're probably looking at somewhere between £30 to £50. I would have thought for a cover. A little bit of time on fitting, but not a great deal because it's only half a dozen screws. But he went, well, just put my LCD screw in. I don't think it will. The other one I've got over there, which will probably break the screen, is because that's an OLED screen, AMOLED screen. So I am worried about the other one I've got, but I don't think this one's going to be too much of an issue. But I did say that to him. I says you've got the outside possibility that once we've done it, it might. Got somebody else just pulling up. Just 1 second, guys. I've got somebody else here. In. Come on. Right, sorry guys. He's a he's an outside broadcaster for Sky Sports and Talk Sports. And he's rushing off because he's flying out of the country for the World Cup. He flies out next Tuesday. So he needs his laptop back. Bit bizarre, isn't it? We were just on about that. Off to mow lawn. See you later, Mookie. So we are, I think that is in, so we'll test that to see if we've got any power. Put that in there, put that in the right hole, you donkey. I've done a couple for, I did one for a cameraman for Sky Sports not long back. Actually, I've done several bits for him, in fairness. He's one of the camera operators for Sky Sports, yeah, done a few bits for him. That's a different customer to that. So let me plug this in. If we get current draw, we do get a little bit of current draw. Yes. Let's see if we've got Pikachu. Turn that up. Power. Never good. HP. Has he done more damage than we first thought? Or is this one of these stupid laptops which won't start without... Very, very interesting. Works better if I actually push the cable in all the way, doesn't it? So we'll pretend we didn't see that. There we go. Hopefully we'll get a Pikachu. Pulling some nice current. Three-quarters of an amp, 1.4 amps. There's no battery in it, so it's all for boot. It'll be going for the BIOS reset. We have Picture! Yeah, we'll say that to reset the computer. We'll just put that on there, just in case customer's details show up. We have picture, guys. We have picture. We have touch. I'm really pleased that that other one worked with touch. 2 amps on shutdown. What? That's it. Flick that off. Do that. Let's glue this screen into place. And get some sticky pads. Oh, need a bit of that. Need to order some more laptop stickers. Yep, that right size. Need 2 of them. They're a fortune now. I think they cost me about £15 last time I bought them. They've all gone up in price. Need to get a few more ordered though. And some more of this sticky tape. So we'll get that. Stuck that like so. If you're wondering what we are doing, we are just putting on the elasticated sticky strips to hold the screen. Another one at this side. Done. And I feel like I have been. You definitely need more of them. How many have I got left? Pack of 10 there. About another 6 there. Another 6 there. 30 left. Probably. Yeah, need to order something next couple of weeks. Get the back cover serial number. I'm curious. Oh, it is. Do that. I don't know which number it'll be. There's one there. Oh, right, that's upside down, so I'll turn it. There's another couple of stickers there. And there is a. Oh, can't hold that up anyway because my power supply is in the way. It's about as high as I can go. Ah, that'll be my thumb. That's why I didn't want to do that. There we go. So those are the serial numbers. Right, let's just make sure the screen's not just gone boo. But I've just done that. Boo, boo, boo. Come on, give me a picture. Took a screenshot. Thank you. Yeah, the AMOLED one, which I've got to take a screen out of that one. I think that's going to be more challenging because we know how fragile the AMOLED screens are to manipulate. I don't really want to be faffing around too much with that one. Let's get these pulled off. Yes. Done. Oops. Stab it into my thumb. A little bit of my DNA on there now. Nice and snug. So the idea of the tapes, if you've not seen these before, these sticky tapes hang out at the bottom here, one at either side. So what you can do, you can get hold of them with a pair of tweezers and pull them out, and they're basically elasticated. So it'll pull the glue strips down and out, so the screen will just come away. So that is the premise of doing that. Saves you screwing the screen. That's clipped down. Get the top in. Get away to the camera bezel, just enough pressure just to get its clip in, but not too much. Lovely. Beautiful. That's probably where it bent. Yeah, it's not going to clip in, but never mind, can't do much about that. It dented the corner a little bit. Stick his battery in. Beautiful. Left hinge is what's creased. Yeah, it's it got trapped in the chair, and you can just see it's sprayed out a little bit compared to what it should be. But I don't want to push it too much because it's not affecting. It's not catching on there at all, really. So I think it's probably going to be okay. But we'll test it when we get it back together. I've done so much work on this laptop over the years. And he did say to me, he says, shall I just buy a new one? I said, well, probably best off buying a new one. He went, no, just tell me the truth. I went, yeah, buy a new one. He said, but I don't want to buy a new one. Just tell me the truth. I went, well, I'll try and repair it for you then. He says, that's more like it. I went, but it could cause other issues because obviously if you've trapped it in your sofa, has it done anything else to it? You know, has it damaged computer? Has it damaged keyboard? Has it damaged other bits and bobs? He went, nah, it'll be fine. So okay. And then I had a conversation about replacing back cover as well, but yeah, he weren't keen on that either. Yeah. He has some nice cars. He's got himself one of them dual motor Teslas, whatever the fast one is. He's got himself a hybrid Porsche something or other. He's got one of them full electric Porsches. I think his wife's got a hybrid 5-litre Mercedes something or other. And he's also got a golf cart. And he drives to the local, because he doesn't live too far away from me, but he drives to the local golf course, which in fairness is probably about 2 miles away from him. But he drives all the way on the pavement in his golf cart because he don't want to leave it at the golfing range because they charge him leaving it there. So he drives it home to save him walking on pavement, which always makes me smile a little bit because I've seen him driving it down the pavement. See, that don't look too bad. Better than factory, as a great philosopher once wrote. Naughty, naughty, very naughty. Ebenezer Good, you know what I mean. We should be able to get picture. Damage was close to CPU. I think this computer is about 5 years old, anyway, 6 years old. So I do think he will end up buying a new computer. Oh, we have picture. Let's see if it'll boot into the Windows. One of the reasons he wanted to keep this, because he's familiar with it, and he didn't want to go to the hassle of having to set all his software up again. I did say I could possibly clone his drive, but he was just like, let's just fix that one. So I don't think it was much of a financial thing. I think it was just a case of convenience and everything else. So I just need to take a quick photo. Oh, look, that's my CCTV cameras. There we go. Shut down. and it is charging. Just drop him a... Oh, this guy's done. All showing. Thank you. All right, just let me text him just to say it is done. Send him a picture. He's one of the few customers where I would actually just give him the laptop and just say, yeah, just pay me when you get back. Oh, yes. Tracking number 603 and tracking number, oh, it's the same one. Damn. Yes. Brilliant. Thank you very much. I am waiting for some parts to come direct from Dell, and they were quoting 2.5 week delivery. I ordered them on Friday. Both parts are in the UK. I mean, it'll probably still take UPS deliver them 2 weeks. Yeah, I don't know. It's crooked. Bevel not on in left hand side. It is, but it's not. It's because the clip at the back you're referring to there. I know what you're referring to because I saw the same. It isn't. It's not. It's because when it bent, that's kind of where it bent, so it's not clipping down. So that's why I've not forced it, Nick. But you are absolutely right. It's not clipping in, but I don't want to force it because I think the clips are broke, and it's just not going in. So yeah, it's because that's the side which has took the majority of issues on that one. So yes, right, let's have a look at that one there. That's that one. Oh dear me. And gosh, it's hard to use to try and do what you're doing. Content. And that one. Save. Right, guys, I am gonna, because I've got I want to get ready for running and I need to ring some customers and things like that, so I'm going to call it on this one because I have been streaming just over 7 hours anyway. I've got so much to do tomorrow as well, so I might jump on a stream tomorrow. We've still got this thing to look at as well. I was supposed to look at today, which is a tape deck player, amongst other things, but and obviously the stuff which is coming today, so I've probably got about another 10 laptops or so to get through, and I've also got 2 desktops sat through there as well to get through as well. So I've put a redirect onto Andy at Swindon, so please stay around. Redirect to Andy. Shout out PCDD Raid because I'm a little shit, and we will catch everyone soon. Thank you very much for everybody who joined me. Thank you very much for in the beginning, or whether you're at the end or you popped in and out. All very much appreciated. And everyone have a super day. Thank you so much. Have a good one, guys. Take care. Bye bye.